선박 관련 시뮬레이션 교육이 가능한 마린 시뮬레이션 센터를 통해 숙련된 해양 인재를 키웁니다. 또한 초대형 해양 플랜트 구조물을 3차원 입체 영상으로 구현하는 VR룸, 각종 신기술과 선진 교수 기법을 전수하는 산학연 ETRS 센터 등 최고의 시설을 이용해 해양 교육과 연구를 수행하고 있습니다. 뿐만 아니라 카페형 학습 공간에서 자유롭게 토론하고 학습할 수 있습니다. 해양 인재 양성을 위한 노력과 열정이 더해진 결과 한국해양대학교는 대한민국 해양교육과 연구, 정책, 문화를 주도하며 세계가 인정하는 해양 특성화 종합대학으로 발전했습니다. 한국해양대학교는 바다를 넘어 더 큰 세상을 품습니다. 전통 해양 산업 분야인 해운, 조선, 항만, 물류뿐만 아니라 해양공학, 해양과학, 해양금융, 해양레저까지 해양 전 분야에 특화된 교육과 연구를 담당합니다. 또한 4차 산업혁명에 발맞춰 자율운항, 스마트 선박, 해양 미래도시 등 미래 해양 산업을 이끌고 있습니다. 세계 최고 수준의 글로벌 해양 특성화 종합대학, 여기는 한국해양대학교입니다. 해사대학, 해양과학기술융합대학, 해양인문사회과학대학 3개의 대학과 일반 대학원 및 해양과학기술 전문대학원, 해사산업대학원, 해양금융대학원, 글로벌 물류대학원 5개의 대학원으로 이루어져 체계적인 해양 인재를 양성합니다. 드넓은 바다, 한국을 넘어 세계로 나아갈 우리는 두렵지 않습니다. 한국해양대학교가 나침반이 되어 인생 항해에 든든한 동반자가 되어줄 것입니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 잠시 후 2023 제17회 세계
Good morning. We'll begin the session for shipping and port shortly. We're providing simultaneous translation, and you can get the receivers from the entrance of the hall, or some receivers are on the table. Korean is channel 3 and English channel 4. Japanese is channel 5. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the marine transport session of the 17th World Ocean Forum 2023 will begin shortly. All the presentations and talks are simultaneously translated. You may use the interpretation receiver on your table, and if you don't have one, you can get one at the entrance of this hall. Korean is channel 3, and English is channel 4, and Japanese is channel 5. We'll see you very shortly. Thank you very much. 네, 안녕하십니까? 제17
Good morning. Welcome to the Shipping and Port session of the 17th World Ocean Forum. My name is Park Se-won. In this era, we're seeing many changes related to decarbonization when it comes to shipping and digitalization. Against this backdrop, we are going to look at digitalization and decarbonization linked with shipping strategies. So today we're going to look at the present and future of shipping and port. We have presenters from the US, the UK, and Japan on and offline. So we will have many different and global perspectives. Please welcome the chair of the session, Professor Kim In-hyun of Korea University School of Law. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
예, 여러분 반갑습니다.
Good morning. This is the session for shipping and port, and I'd like to extend my warm welcome to all the participants. I'm the chair of the session from the School of Law, Korea University. My name is Kim In-hyun. I'm also serving as an advisor to the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries of Korea. Today, the session is themed Shipping and Port, the Present and Future Directions. In order to discuss this topic, we have 4 presenters. As 2D, decarbonization and digitalization have become a big buzzword, we have this world-renowned presenters and scholars. We have Professor Tristan Smith and Commissioner Sam Cho. And also we have President Kim Seung-nam, who will be talking about smart ports. So when it comes to exports and imports, we have comprehensive logistics contracts. And for global SC, we should be adaptable to catch up with the changes around the world. So in this respect, we also have Mr. Akiyama Masami of Nippon Express, Korea. So with these 4 distinguished presentations, we have a panel discussion. Professor Woo Soo-han will be leading a panel discussion. We already distributed booklets. Excuse me, we do not provide proceedings for the forum. So what we do is the chair, which is myself, tries to give summaries of the presentations in 3 or 4 sentences so you can get key takeaways from the presentations. Then why don't we welcome the first presenter? He's from London. I believe that it's 2 a.m. Well, UCL, this is a top 2 or top 3 prestigious college in the UK. Please welcome Professor Tristan Smith. 3rd and 4th GD studies of the IMO is something he was involved in, and he's responsible for this net zero efforts as well. Please welcome Professor Tristan Smith.
Professor Smith?
예, 반갑습니다. 예.
Hello, it's Korea. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Annyeonghaseyo. Thank you for the opportunity to share some material with you. And it is indeed 2 o'clock in the morning, but it's a real pleasure to be here and talking in this session. So I'm going to focus on the questions around decarbonisation of the shipping industry and share a few slides on the subject, particularly in the context of international negotiations and the developments from this year. But first, let me just provide some of the background for where this material is coming from. I have been operating a research group focused on decarbonising shipping for about 14 years, and I work in collaboration with a private company under the branding UMass. So I'm also director of UMass, which provides advice and advisory. And some of our work is in reports that we write collaboratively with different organizations listed here. So we historically very much focused on the techno-economics of shipping's decarbonisation. What is the combination of technologies that can achieve greenhouse gas emission reductions in line with those rates of reduction that society expects in the least cost way? How do we decarbonise and maintain global trade as much as possible? And this slide presents some of those different reports that I've tried to use in combination to produce this set of slides. Historically, quite a lot of the work that has contributed towards shipping's decarbonisation comes from national strategies. So I've got some examples here of work that is going on in the UK for about 4 or 5 years now. The UK developed its own Clean Maritime Plan in 2019 and has been pursuing various different efforts since 2019 to identify the steps that will need to be taken to decarbonise the UK domestic fleet and the investments needed to help decarbonise the operations of shipping, including in ports, in the different vessel types, and on the interfaces between domestic and international shipping. And those commitments have developed into some funding, some public funding, as well as some developments in terms of policies and regulation. But it's really the steps that occurred this year in the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, Marine Environment Protection Committee, MEPC, that I want to focus a lot of today's slides on. This graph shows the range of projections for the CO2 emissions from shipping over the period from now, approximately 2020 out to 2050. And those projections previous to the agreements at MEPC 80 were relatively negative. They had this black band of emissions here, the blue emissions that occur under business as usual policy scenarios. And those business as usual policy scenarios would expect shipping to have growing emissions over the next 3 decades because trade is growing. And whilst there are policies to improve energy efficiency, those policies don't reduce emissions sufficiently to offset the growth that comes from the growth in trade and the growth in demand for shipping. But in July this year, we agreed a new set of ambitions or targets, which amount to a 20% reduction, striving for 30% reduction in 2030. That's represented in the purple dots here. And then in 2040, a 70% absolute emission reduction, striving for 80% absolute emission reduction. That's the purple dots down here. So we end up with a new pathway characterizing the IMO's intent for the absolute pathway, the absolute emissions pathway of international shipping over the next 3 decades. And that pathway is now very close to the pathways that characterize a 1.5 degree aligned transition. So the green line here is something that comes from the IPCC's assessment reports that give recommendations for the amount of absolute greenhouse gas emissions that need to be on the pathway that limits our temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. But those absolute emissions aren't necessarily what needs to happen at the individual ship level. And on this graph here, I'm comparing that IMO announcement, the at least 20% and the striving for 30% targets in blue, with another piece of pathway advice, the Science Based Targets Initiative, or SBTI, 1.5 aligned pathway that we worked on previous to the IMO's agreement. And these are all characterized not in terms of absolute emission reduction for the sector as a whole, but in terms of the greenhouse gas intensity reductions that the average ship will need to do. And the reason why these numbers are different is because of that statement made previously that growth in trade and growth in demand for shipping mean that we can expect, if nothing else changes, a growth in shipping emissions over the next 3 decades. And it's against that backdrop of growth in trade that the average ship will need to make a much greater greenhouse gas intensity reduction in percentage terms than the absolute emissions target. So to hit that 20 striving for 30% absolute emission reduction, the average ship will need to reduce between 55 and 61% in its greenhouse gas intensity by 2030 on a 2008 baseline. The average ship will need to do somewhere around 90%, so between 86 and 91% greenhouse gas intensity reductions by 2040 to hit the 70 striving for 80%. So these levels of greenhouse gas intensity reductions are extremely high compared to the current or the historic emissions, and therefore they require some really fundamental questions of the technologies and the operational practices that the fleet will need to use. The graph here is focused on what might happen in 2030, and we've imagined 4 different scenarios for the different types of fuel mix that we will have by 2030. This is only 7 years away, and so the question is really what can we expect realistically in that timescale to change in the fuel mix? And in most cases, the changes we think that will happen are relatively small. So in scenario 1, we only have 5% of the fuel mix moving to RFNBO. That stands for renewable fuel of non-biological origin. So hydrogen-derived fuels like ammonia and hydrogen-derived methanol would be an example of an RFNBO. The orange bar corresponds to liquid natural gas, which is already in use in some ships at the moment, and the blue bar corresponds to biofuel. So we anticipate in each of these scenarios some different combination of those fuels, because we don't know for sure how they will vary by the time we get to 2030. But having established those fuel scenarios, we then say, well, what would the efficiency improvement need to be in order to achieve those levels of carbon intensity reduction or greenhouse gas intensity reduction in line with the IMO's new targets? And actually, relatively independently of the fuel mix, the efficiency improvement needs to be around 42 to 48% on the 2008 baseline for the 20% reduction target, or 50 to 55% for the 30% reduction target. So we're talking about reductions in magnitude of the energy efficiency or improvements in energy efficiency of around 50%, regardless of the fuel mix. And so an important message we can take here is energy efficiency, especially this decade, is going to be very important for improving the fleet, and large increases are going to be required of existing ships as well as the new build ships that are coming into the fleet to achieve those overall averages. But the fuel mix is probably the most important characteristic when we think about the longer term, beyond 2030. And the graph here is taken from work that we did in the lead up to the IMO's adoption of its revised strategy in a paper to MEPC 79, the meeting about 12 months ago, where we analysed some of the different greenhouse gas emissions pathways that the IMO might consider for its ambitions, and looked at the fuel mix that was needed in order to achieve those pathways. And what you can see here is a graph showing time on the x-axis and energy on the y-axis, energy use, the input energy to the global fleet of international ships on the y-axis. And each of the colours represents a different fuel. So the conventional fuels, low sulfur fuel oil and marine diesel oil, are blue and orange. They're the colours on the left-hand side here, and they are the main constituents of the energy mix in the fleet today. Whereas we have new fuels, so LNG emerging, growing, but then contracting again over the 2030s, and ammonia, this contribution from the colour red here, which emerges gradually during the later part of this decade, but then grows very rapidly over the 2030s, so that it's by far the dominant fuel by the time we get to the 2040s. Now, there are many other fuels, as you can see in the legend, that are represented within this fuel mix. We include methanol, synthetic methanol made from direct air capture, biofuels like bio-MDO and biofuel oils and biogas and biomethanol, and electricity used in shore power. So all of these are considered as options, but the way that we've set this up is to ask, given those options, which set of fuels will provide the least cost achievement of the greenhouse gas reduction targets. And in most scenarios that we model, it isn't those other fuels that have a dominant role. It's consistently ammonia, which is the least cost pathway for the deep greenhouse gas reductions. Now that's an interesting challenge for the sector technologically, and we wanted to look deeper into that. And this is a graph to show what the impact might need to be in new building activity, but also in retrofitting and scrappage. And this is a really important graph for shipbuilding countries like Korea, where the implications of that significant technology shift are not just in how we build new ships, but also, as you can see here, in the 2030s, as the transition is getting well underway, there's going to be a large demand for retrofitting existing vessels to the new fuel. So these green bars here show that there is likely to be, in order to achieve that scenario, thousands of ships a year which will need engine and fuel storage and fuel system retrofitting. In this scenario to ammonia, but it could be to any equivalent hydrogen-derived fuel that is providing the deep greenhouse gas emission reductions at scale that were needed for the ambitions. One of the questions that we often get asked is, what's the credibility of the demand for fuels being satisfied by supply? So how quickly could supply and production of new fuel grow in order to meet the decarbonisation of shipping? And are those very rapid growths of ammonia, which will need to be low carbon ammonia, credible in practice? And so we have done some analysis on that, which is included in this plot here, that shows the current production globally today of about 4 exajoules of ammonia. That's equivalent to about 180, 200 million tons of ammonia that we use today, but all of that is grey ammonia. So it's all produced using fossil fuels with CO2 released into the atmosphere. And we record some of the projects that have already been announced that we can expect to be coming online in the future, and those are represented here by the green bar. The red dotted lines here are the growth in demand for ammonia as marine fuel use moves to that molecule. And the colours that you can see here represent limits on the growth rate that we've observed historically. So we looked back to the 1940s all the way through to this current decade at the rates of production growth in ammonia. And there were periods historically when ammonia production grew at about 10% per annum. So what we're showing is that the growth rate required in order to meet the decarbonisation will need very rapid growth. It will need compound annual growth rates of the order of 10% per annum. But those are growth rates which are not inconsistent with what we've seen historically. And we look to the sector, we've spent time with the fuel producers. You can see here a list of organisations that signed up to a commitment to supply some of the fuels that shipping will need, even in the 2030s window, and launched at COP27 last year with the climate champions, a commitment called Green Hydrogen and Green Shipping. Now, one of the consequences of this is that we can expect transport costs to increase. The demand and use of new fuels is the use of an energy commodity that is more expensive, and that requires us to anticipate that increase in transport cost and consider how it will need to be included and incorporated in the way we make policy. So this is analysis we've done to show the consequence of that fuel mix and transition within the fleet to the overall costs. And we see costs nearly doubling related to energy costs. So these are the costs associated with fuels and machinery on board ships. The total cost of shipping is obviously much higher than this. It includes other cost components to do with the vessels themselves and the operation of the vessels, the port fees. So this is just the energy related cost, and we see it approximately doubling before it then reduces, because many of these cost components are going to undertake rapid cost reductions over the period of time that we see ahead of us. Relative to some of the spikes that we have historically, this is some of the higher costs that were experienced in 2022 due to the higher oil and gas prices. These are not necessarily very large increases. But that's going to be important for the policy landscape. And here I've just got one of the ways in which policy will need to be designed. The fuel standard, which is under development at the moment at the IMO, we think will need to have a magnitude in mandating lower greenhouse gas intensity fuels with a reduction of around 10 to 20% in 2030 and a reduction of 75 to 85% in 2040. But that's not the only policy stimulus that we have to the transition. We can also expect to see policy stimulus in the form of a carbon price and the use of revenues reinvested into the sector. I just want to show a couple of slides here on how that might be experienced within individual companies. So that was very much the high level policy narrative, but we're working already with companies that are trying to manage their climate risk by signing up to the Science Based Targets Initiative or equivalent. And you can see here what the new build ordering will need to be for a company that wants to commit to those, how they can achieve some very steep greenhouse gas emissions reduction in the portfolio of ships that they operate. So the requirement would be for a company that operates very new ships, so is ordering new builds and selling them at the age of 7, they would need to start ordering zero emission ships in 2025 as about 10% of the new builds they order. But by 2032, every ship that they order would have to be a zero emission capable ship. So a dual fuel or equivalent vessel capable of using hydrogen derived fuels. And that contrasts with a company that has an older fleet. So a company that might have ships for around 14 years would need to have both a combination of new building ordering, but also thinking about how it would retrofit their vessels as the new vessels come into the global fleet. This plot down here shows the way that a company or a financier's portfolio might evolve over the next decade, and combining both existing technology assets, the grey shape here, new build zero emission ships, but also some retrofitting, the orange space here, particularly in the early 30s, consistent with what we showed earlier about the need for some retrofitting within the global fleet. So finally, there is an opportunity here for early adopters, as well as those companies that will be part of the mass market transition. But it's very clear from our work that the way that those early adopters, especially in the next 3 years, so this is the time period 2020, 24 to 27, will need to close the total cost of operation gap between using a near zero or a zero greenhouse gas emission fuel and an incumbent fuel. And they'll need to find both the least cost opportunities for those early uses, look to national governments for grants and support, look to other national and regional policies, such as the EU's regulation or the US Inflation Reduction Act for subsidies or other types of incentive for using fuels, and look to customers who are willing to pay. And the launch of the ZEMBA, the Zero Emission Maritime Buyers Alliance, which is tendering 600,000 TEUs worth of 90% or lower greenhouse gas intensity reduction fuel use, is a good example of that. But as we move to the later part of this decade in the early 30s, there'll be many more ways in which that gap of total cost of operation could be closed. And that building these into strategies is going to be difficult, but important for companies that want to be at the forefront of the transition. So to conclude, MEPC 80, the meeting that happened in July this year, represented a quantum leap of ambition by the regulator, and it signals a rapid IMO-led fuel transition, particularly through the 2030s. Hydrogen-derived fuels that are scalable and achieve some of the very deep greenhouse gas emissions intensity reductions are going to be critical. Our analysis is consistently showing ammonia is the least cost fuel for that transition, and it will need to scale fast, but not in an unprecedented way, not in a way which is exceptional relative to history. The fleet transition looks likely to occur through new building, but also through large volumes of retrofit. This is something that's going to need both approaches for the transition, and policy will need to be and is being reinforced with voluntary actions as stakeholders, ship owners, financiers, insurers, charterers, all manage their climate and transition risk. Finally, early adopters in the transition have a number of levers, a number of ways in which they can make a business case early and enable the use of long-run solutions. Thank you very much.
예, 트리스탄
Thank you very much, Professor Tristan Smith. Despite early hours, you gave us a wonderful presentation, and in conclusion, you summed up your presentation in 5 points. MEPC 80 represented a quantum leap for net zero, and going forward, ammonia will be a very dominant dual energy source, with its share growing very rapidly after 2030. And for those in the shipping industry, you may have to build new ships, and also you may have to retrofit existing ships. I think these were the 3 main points of the presentation.
예,
Moving on to the second presentation, we have Commissioner Sam Cho of the Port of Seattle. Well, the Port of Seattle was established in 1911, and he is the youngest commissioner of the port. Please welcome Commissioner Sam Cho. Good morning. Can you see my PowerPoint? I can't see your face, so maybe you might want to turn on your video. Good morning. So, the floor is yours. I believe it's around 2 a.m. in the US, and thank you for joining us at this early hour. Yes, can you see the slides? Yes, we do. I do speak Korean, but I feel more comfortable speaking English, so I'll be speaking in English.
Everyone, my name is Sam Cho. I have the honor of serving as the president of the Port of Seattle Commission and a managing member and chair of the Northwest Seaport Alliance. I'm honored to be here today to present as a nice follow-up to the last presenter on the transition to sustainability and green fuels in the shipping industry. Specifically, I'll be talking about the potential for a green corridor between the Northwest Seaport Alliance, which is the ports of Seattle and Tacoma, and South Korea. Just to give you a little bit of a background and understanding of our structure, the Northwest Seaport Alliance is the premier gateway of the Pacific Northwest region, or the upper left region of the United States. We are the 4th largest container gateway in the United States. First is LA Long Beach, second is New York, New Jersey, third is Savannah, Georgia, and fourth is Seattle, Tacoma. Our governance structure is very unique. The Seaport Alliance is actually governed by the commissioners of the Port of Seattle and the Port of Tacoma. In 2015, Tacoma and Seattle went through a merger, and all container and cargo operations between the Port of Seattle and Port of Tacoma are now operated by a joint venture called the Northwest Seaport Alliance. And therefore, when I refer to cargo operations, I will be referring them within the context of the Northwest Seaport Alliance. First and foremost, I want to establish and make sure we are all understanding what do we mean when we say a green corridor. When we talk about a green corridor, it's a shipping route where zero greenhouse gas solutions are of primary concern between 2 ports. These green corridors serve as an essential part of the transition towards zero carbon shipping and reaching the goal of zero maritime emissions by 2050 or earlier. And so what is the role of the port's role of a green corridor? First and foremost, we foster collaboration across the maritime and fuel sectors, and we work to partner to establish technological, economic, and regulatory feasibility between 2 ports, for instance, the Port of Busan and the Port of Seattle. And we help facilitate the accelerated implementation of low and ultimately zero greenhouse gas emission vessels. This slide here actually shows the entire supply chain of what a green corridor looks like. And on the left, you'll see that it starts with fuel production, obviously, and at the end, it ends with our commercial and regulatory enablers and BCOs or end users. And the port really sits to the middle here, as you can see under the pink highlighting. We, on our primary function within a green corridor, will likely be on the logistics and bunkering of these fuels and of these new alternative fuels. Oftentimes in this space, we talk a lot about scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions. And the port can actually help facilitate the transition to green fuels when it comes to scope 2 and scope 3 emissions through some of the logistical bunkering infrastructure that we can build for carriers and ports between two countries. So over the last year, back in November of 2022, I was in Sharm el Sheikh, Egypt for COP27, where we announced this green corridor study, which primarily focused on a study of the green corridor between Busan, South Korea, and the Seattle-Tacoma port. This study was led by and convened by the Maersk Mckinney Moeller Center for Decarbonizing Shipping. It involved, obviously, the United States government, the Korean central government, us at the Northwest Seaport Alliance, the Busan Port Authority, and many, many other think tanks like Crystal and others within the maritime space that provided us very important data in order to assess a pre-feasibility study of whether or not a green corridor would make sense between Busan or South Korea and the Northwest region of the United States. Just to give you a sense of what is trade between the Northwest Seaport Alliance or the Northwest part of the country and Korea look like. The US is Korea's #1 export market, as you all know, and #3 importer market. Korea is the #4 export market for us in the US at the Seaport Alliance and #5 importer. There's significant cargo traffic between the two countries, and 70% of that traffic is all cargo from Busan and Ulsan and the Northwest Seaport Alliance. Later on, you'll find out what kind of cargo we bring in from the Ulsan port. The shipment of vessels between the US and the Republic of Korea is expected to grow substantially in the next 30 or so years. In fact, it's expected to grow between 67 and 90% between now and the year 2050. And over 90% of those vessel shipments will be on container vessels. Those container vessels account for about 60% of trade and commerce between Seattle and the port of Busan. And so when we look at the types of cargo, the top cargo between Seattle and Busan are container ships. Tacoma Busan is bulk carriers, also break bulk, sometimes some people call it. And also Ulsan to Tacoma is ro-ro carriers, so roll on, roll off. They're mostly vehicles like Hyundais and Kia vehicles that are imported through our ports. This is just a illustration of kind of the types of carriers that go to which port. Ulsan, Busan, and Masan, as you can see, are the 3 largest ports that do the most trade volume between our 3 major ports, which is Everett, Seattle, and Tacoma. You can see that break bulk and containers tend to be the biggest ones out of Busan and Masan, but out of Ulsan, it's actually car carriers, and the vehicles, the Hyundais and Kias, are actually mostly going through or Seattle, Tacoma, or Everett. So we have a very diverse range of different types of cargo that go to and from the two regions of the world. This slide illustrates the total carbon emissions by cargo type. You can see by far on the very right that the container volume CO2 emissions is the biggest polluter in our industry right now. Next to that is the ro-ro vessels, so roll-on, roll-off vessels that account for the second most, and then it kind of goes bulk carrier and tankers. And so it will be crucial for us to make sure that we focus on the container ro-ro vessels when it comes to building a green corridor between the two regions of the world. As the last presenter kind of touched upon, the key to a green corridor will actually be the next generation of maritime fuel. And I think you got a very great summary of what the options are, what the most cost-effective measures are or methods are. And I have to agree with a lot of what was said. There's a lot of effort to increase supply of alternative marine fuels. Right now, it looks like in the near term, green methanol or e-methanol is kind of the leader. It's already being bunkered at the port of Ulsan, from what I understand, and many Korea-based shipbuilders are looking towards green methanol. But also, as the last speaker mentioned, ammonia seems to be the most cost-effective and most long-term solution when it comes to lowering greenhouse gases. And so there are many ships in the order book. If you look at the order book from major carriers, a lot of these ships are either e-methanol capable or ammonia convertible vessels. Korea's carrier HMM or Hyundai Metro Marine, I think they just go by HMM now, recently ordered over $1 billion worth of methanol fuel ships. And if I'm not mistaken, these are between 7,000 and 12,000 TEU ships. They're not the large 22,000 TEU vessels. And so I think they're between 7 and 14,000 TEU vessels. It's very clear that in the long term, that clean methanol will be the long-term solution, most cost-effective solution. And as the last speaker also mentioned, scaling the supply of both green methanol as well as ammonia will be crucial. There currently really isn't a sufficient supply of either of these fuels in order to provide a sufficient amount of fuel for this transition to green fuels. This here illustrates kind of the US and the North American efforts to transition to these greener and better fuels. There is some alternative fuel production projects in the Pacific Northwest that includes everything from biodiesel, renewable diesel, natural gas, and even sustainable aviation fuels. There are several renewable natural gas projects in the Northwest, and blue and green ethanol and ammonia. There's a lot of federal financing currently available for these new fuel infrastructure projects. In fact, the Pacific Northwest just received a $1 billion grant from the US Department of Energy to become a clean energy fuel hub for hydrogen. And so this will actually accelerate the Pacific Northwest in terms of its ability to lower greenhouse emissions, both in the maritime, aviation, and really just the transportation sector in general. And so we're very excited to have all these projects underway. The Korea side, however, I must say, is very far ahead. This is an interesting illustration. On the left, you'll see all the readiness projects in the Korean side. And on the right, you'll see all the projects on the US side. And it's color-coded by orange, light blue, and dark blue. And orange actually indicates that it's still in the research or feasibility stage. Light blue indicates in development. And then blue means it's already under deployment. And as you can see, there's a lot more research and feasibility phase or orange shading in the US side. And there's a lot more blue and light blue on the Korea side. So I must admit that Korea is actually far ahead of the US when it comes to readiness at its ports for this green transition. And Seattle, Tacoma, and the United States ports really need to start playing catch up. And this feasibility study has really been an eye-opener for all of us to see how much work and investment we need to put in to make sure that we're keeping up with our partners in South Korea. And so we're really excited to be partnering and looking forward towards the next steps of what hopefully is one of the first wave of the green corridors. And so what is the first wave? The first wave of green corridor is going to be a package of green corridors that the US and Korea will focus, or the world will focus on. In particular, the container route between the Busan Port Authority and North Northwest Seaport Alliance is aiming to operate a green methanol facility by the year 2026. We're also looking at the container route between the BPA and the Northwest Seaport Alliance, operating a green ammonia facility by the year 2033, excuse me. And then lastly, between the Port of Masan and Northwest Seaport Alliance, we are potentially looking to operate a green methanol or ammonia refueling facility. And so we are currently finalizing the list of first wave corridors based on this consortium of workshops, and we hopefully will be able to announce and to and undergo readiness of these facilities by the target dates that I just mentioned. Our goal, this is kind of our timeline here. You see that from December of 2022 to today, we did the pre-feasibility study. You see here, Secretary John Kerry and Dagyawan here that signed the MOU between the United States and Northwest Seaport Alliance. I was there at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt last year. We are currently in the review, discuss, and decide step. That's going to be between now and the end of the year in December. And hopefully by then we will be at the COP28 conference in Dubai to announce some of our agreements around building a new green corridor. In which case, in 24 we will do a full feasibility study, and then in the end of 2024 we will start discussing the readiness and project build out to create the green corridor after 2025. And so this is kind of our expected timeline between now and the end of 25. We're very excited to be moving forward with some of this effort, and very excited to be working with Busan. One thing that I wanted to mention before I conclude my remarks is that I know that we mostly talk about cargo and shipping in the Green Corridor, but one thing that makes the Port of Seattle unique is that the Port of Seattle actually operates the largest cruise terminal on the West Coast. In fact, this picture here shows you one of our cruise terminals in Seattle. We actually have over 280 calls to the Port of Seattle. We provide over 1.4 million passengers with cruise operations between Seattle and Alaska. It's one of the most popular cruise routes in the United States. And so this is also one of our areas of focus. We are the only port in the United States that is actually doing a green corridor on cruise as well. And so the Port of Seattle is actually involved in two green corridors. One is shipping between South Korea and the Northwest Seaport Line, but also a green corridor between Seattle and Alaska. And based on our experience with the green corridor in the cruise industry, we know that the ports can be very unique conveners of different parties. I think one of the biggest challenges of decarbonizing our industry in the maritime industry is the fact that we are so fragmented. We are not as consolidated as an industry as, for instance, in aviation. For instance, how many plane manufacturers are there? There's only two. There's Boeing and Airbus. But how many vessel manufacturers are there in the world? There's a lot, right? And that's what's contributing to the difficulty around conforming around the sustainability and the transition to greenhouse gases, is because our industry is so fragmented. And so when you ask yourself, what kind of entity convenes or can bring together everyone? It's ports. And that's exactly what we did at the Northwest Seaport Alliance at the Port of Seattle when it comes to a green corridor in the cruise industry. We brought everyone together, everyone from the different ports to the different cruise lines to all the different research and development teams and the associations, brought them all to the same table to discuss what a green corridor might look like in the cruise industry. We're very hopeful that as we move forward with the green corridor on shipping and containers between South Korea and the Northwest, that we can do the same and provide that be that convener for everyone in the industry. So I believe that's the end of my presentation. I really thank you all for the time. It's an honor for me to be able to speak to you all. I hope this was informative, and I wish you all a good remainder of your conference.
예, 여러분 박수 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Commissioner Sam Cho. Thank you very much for the great presentation. Well, I've been to Tacoma and Seattle a lot. So these are the two ports. And out of your presentation, well, what was surprising is that containers produce so much carbon emissions. So for green corridors, containers can be something we can focus on. And when it comes to decarbonization, well, you talked about how Korea is ahead of the US in terms of the readiness. So in 2026, when it comes to the green corridor between Busan and the US, how it can be operated on green methanol and how this can be on green ammonia by 2033, and the cruise green corridor between Seattle and Alaska. So that was the vision and the direction. So thank you very much for your message. Moving on to the third presentation. We have a presentation by CEO Kim Seung-nam of Seoho Electric. Well, I had a chance to have a chat with him. And he has various experiences in the field of shipping and transport. And also, he was actively responsible for PSA Singapore, and he is leading some of the automation projects in the field of port. Please welcome CEO Kim Seung-nam for his presentation.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning. I am Kim Seung-nam from Seoho Electric. I think my topic is slightly different from what you have been hearing today. I will be focusing on ports and port efficiency and productivity. So this is how we contribute to achieving carbon neutrality. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for putting together this event and all participants for coming. So I think looking through my slides, I want to first give you a background first before jumping into my presentation. So very briefly, let me tell you about the port terminal structure. This is the the cranes, berth cranes, and these K cranes, QCs, would unload the cargo from the ship to the yard. And I wish I had a pointer, but once the ship comes in, they unload the cargo and they use the trucks and send it to the yard over here. And this is the Busan Port 2.5. And we use an automatic RMG, automated guided vehicle, or AGV. From the QC to the yard, these trucks would be carrying the cargo, and then those on the yellow are the cranes that are used on the yard. So they would be the ones that hold the containers, and so that the containers can be loaded onto the ships. So for exporting containers, the containers will be placed here so that they can be loaded onto the ships. So that's just the port overview, and I wanted to give you the overview first because what I will be talking about is a bit different from what you have been hearing, so I wanted to help you better understand. So just briefly, in ports from 1995, in the 1990s, ports started to be automated. The biggest driver was to save operational cost and to address negligence of work and strikes so as to make the port operations more stable and reliable. So the automation began in Europe and Singapore, Hong Kong, and Asia. The US, the union is very robust, and so the US was the latest to come into the picture. US automation started only a few years ago. Then, can we automate the port cranes? Is the technology there? Although it may take time, we wanted to automate the environment where the cranes could work properly. So, of course, the purpose is to reduce the risk of human workforce and to enhance human safety. But we wanted to prevent container collisions and accidents, and also to provide a reliable operational environment. At present, since the mid-2000s, these technologies have been adopted. So from the year 2000, raising efficiency and safety was the goal. And about 7 to 8 kilos of containers need to be lifted and transported, and there are about 15 million such containers. So in 1 hour, the electricity that can run an entire apartment building air conditioning system will be needed. And 15 million such containers are moved around in 1 year. So the cost can be saved by raising efficiency and saving power. If we automate everything, would the efficiency be higher than human operation? Well, that is the case. When we think of efficiency, we think in terms of how each person works differently. Some people are very efficient, some are quite not efficient, and they repeat their mistakes. And one of the most important elements is inventory management. And this is about tracking the containers. Where is the container? So if you look at the Busan port, there's Hanjin, Hyundai, PNC, PNIT. About 3,000 berths are there. And we handle about 10,000 such berths. Can we find the location of the container to load them properly onto the right ship? If we can't find the container, then we have to spend more time. So recently, in terms of automation, inventory management has become a very important factor. So the 3 things. First, in the beginning, we weren't sure whether automation was possible, and now we are thinking about making things more efficient and smarter. So this is a smart phase after the automation phase. So how smart can the port get to raise efficiency and become more competitive? That is the focus at present. And in the future, we look at things like the productivity and efficiency we were able to gain from human operations. Well, by running automated cranes, how can we raise productivity and efficiency? In 2.5, we have nearly achieved full automation for the cranes. There are no workers on the cranes. So the automation rate is very high in the ports. Compared to before, we do see 400, 500 workers like drivers and lashing. Lashing would be tying the cords on the ships. And so we have such 400 to 500 personnel in the terminals. But the drivers, yard truck drivers, crane operators, have all gone. So, of course, to ensure safety, the best way to ensure safety is that we remove the human workers from the terminal. So we want to provide a safer working environment for the workers. And for the external trucks, there is a long wait time for the trucks, and this cannot be ignored because once trucks come into the ports, they have to stand by. And we call this turnaround time, the time it takes for the truck to enter a port and then come back out. The optimal turnaround time is 15 minutes. I mentioned 3,000 berths in one terminal for one port. 5,000 trucks would enter and exit. So 5,000 trucks would stand by for 15 minutes and come back out. And how to reduce this turnaround time is key. So just briefly, this is a double trolley. We saw earlier how the containers are unloaded from the ships, and in the middle you see a buffer. There are 2 containers there, and then we would do the work on the container, and then the second crane at the back will place the container on the AGM. This technology has been in place for a while, but it was only fully automated a few years ago. And going forward with the automated technology, we will have better efficiency. And this looks like a trolley, but this is an automated transporter that only ships containers. We call them automated guided vehicles, AGVs. So this is different from autonomous vehicles because these equipments are automated transport equipment, and then we are developing an automated tractors. Everything in orange are the ones that place the containers, and this is fully automated as well. And so we have 0 operator or driver, and you might notice some fences in the middle, and we place the fences so that people cannot access these sites, and everything is automated. This is from Singapore. Singapore has one of the best in the world throughput, with throughput double that of Busan every year. So they have a new project called To Us. In Busan Port, we have the very first unmanned automated terminal, and To Us is also developing a similar technology. For the project To Us, commercialization has been starting in January last year, and for the port cranes, the technology is automated so that all the container handling will be automated. So this is actually happening, and we are providing the technology to Us. And this is the AGV and transfer zone technology. And here for To Us, last year we started operations. And on the left, this is the remote control room. We would look at the video from the camera and see that all the cranes are operated remotely. So the topics we heard from the previous presenters, we noticed that the vessels have become very large. The IMO is pushing for greener shipping, raising efficiency, reducing carbon emissions to 0 and reaching carbon neutrality. And this changes ships. More than half should be retrofitted or newly built. And when ships are newly built, 4,000 TEU means 4,000 containers on the ships. And now the basic size of the ships are 10,000, 20,000 TEUs. So as the ships become larger, cranes are 55 meters long right now for the QCs. But so 55 meters high. So they have to go up to 55 meters from the ground, and then they have to work in very shaky environment, and that is very dangerous. So we have a remote control room for the To Us project, and then as you can see on the right, the operators look at the camera to do the work. I've already gone through this earlier. And where is the technology going? Remote operation requires cameras. So you've heard about AlphaGo and deep learning, and in the past 5 years, the biggest change came from QCs, where video recognition technology has been very massively adopted. There was one PC per craner, but now there are 7 per cranes, and 3 to 4 are for video recognition. So we use deep learning technology for video recognition, and then we have a laser scanner, and this is in the stacking area, the yard crane automation in the stacking area, and this one, trucks are also applied with 3D cameras for video recognition and scanners to see where the trucks are located. And we have to make sure that the truck is not pulled up along with the container by the crane. And with video technology, we can recognize the container hulls for operation. And there are a number of technologies. 40% of the technology involves video recognition. 3D cameras on the right are used to recognize the shape. So technology transfer took 20-30 years, but now it is much shorter. It's been about 5-6 years ago that AlphaGo technology first came up, but those similar technologies are already applied to ports for automation. So going forward, video analytics solutions, 3D cameras will continue to be used, as well as laser scanners and LiDARs, multi-layer scanners. So more and more technology will be applied and converged with existing technology so that the crane itself, in a way, will be a very comprehensive set of technology. Sensors, PCs, yes, as I mentioned, 7 PCs onto a single crane. The technology will become higher resolution with higher GPUs for PCs. Because ports are outdoors, the weather is a big factor, so we need to also recognize and sense the different changing weather. Network has to become faster. We were thinking about 10 Mbps, but now that is 1 gig level. So automation will continue to develop, and as for energy in the yard cranes, even in Korea, many of the cranes run on engines, but they need to be switched to lower power technologies. For BPA 2.5 ports, everything has been electrified. There's no engine. So we have done everything we can to transition the energy, and what's left is to raise productivity and efficiency, and how we can reduce the 7.5 kilos per container so that we can reach the CO2-free zone. That will be the focus going forward. Thank you. Thank you. It was a very impressive presentation showing us the advancement of technology. To ship containers, we need yard cranes, K cranes, and transporting vehicles. They are all becoming automated. And new video technology takes up about 40% of that automation. We also heard that for automation, PCs, sensors, networks need to be advanced and have larger capacity. And you also mentioned at the end energy efficiency as part of designing the ports. Thank you very much.
발표자를
Let us move on to our last presentation. He represents Nippon Express Korea, and Nippon Express is one of the renowned logistics companies in the world. We have Mr. Akiyama Masami from Nippon Express Korea. And he is going to talk about decarbonization efforts of a logistics company. And as the Port of Busan serves as a hub, while using feed vessels, using this hub and feed role of the Port of Busan, he's going to give us a talk. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
한국어 들리세요? 여러분 안녕하십니까? 여러분 이렇게 초대해 주셔서
Today, I shall select the language English instead of Japanese nor Korea because worldwide sessions. So anyway, let me introduce myself. My name is Akiyama Masami. I am a CEO and president of Nippon Express Korea since January in 2022, last year. The title of my speech is today, Ocean Forwarding Market, our Nippon Express Group, Environmental Initiatives. We experienced logistical distribution in the corona disaster that we had never experienced before. The ocean cargo transportation is undergoing a period of major change since the corona disaster. I hereby explain the current ocean market situation and the Nippon Express Group's approach to the inevitable environmental issues. Today, I have 5 contents to show you on my speech like these. First of all, let me introduce our Nippon Express groups. Nippon Express is one of our largest worldwide logistics service provider in the world. We find a way. This is our corporate message that we always find and provide the most suitable transportation methods required by society and our customers, such as the transportation of Mona Lisa painting on the left, Shinkansen trains in Japan, Statue of Liberty, windmill, or various kinds of cargoes. Sometimes using Ukraine Antonov, which is the world's largest cargo aircraft. Unfortunately, it was wrecked last year following the Russian invasion. This slide shows our company profile as global basis. Probably, as you may be aware, through our home pages of Nippon Express as well. This slide is showing our subsidiary in Korea, Nippon Express Korea. This is 23rd years since our establishment in 2002, when FIFA World Cup soccer games, Korea and Japan, which you remembered, was held in same years. This is a chronology of history of Nippon Express Korea. Particularly in 2016, we began operating our own distribution center at Busan Newport, as called BGLC, Busan Global Logistics Centers. Secondly, I will continue by explaining the Nippon Sex Group's sustainability visions. Our corporate philosophy is that our mission be a driving force for social development. Our challenge, create new ideas and value that expand the field of logistics. Our pride, inspire trust every step of the way. Our Nippon Express Group's sustainability visions consist of 3 values: social, environmental, and economic values. This section focuses on environmental initiatives. First of all, I'd like to introduce you. So Nippon Express Korea is planting trees as an effort to contribute to society and care for the environment as green activity, deeply collaborated with City of Seoul. Nippon Express Group set new medium and long-term targets for reducing CO2 emissions. The target 2030 is CO2 emission by 50% compared with 2030s, and the target 2050 is 350,000 tons. In promoting contribution to a sustainable society, our Nippon Express Group is working with airlines company to switch from fossil fuels to SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, as an initiative to reduce CO2 emission in air transportation. In addition, we are also working on modal shift from trucking services to rail or other mode of transportation. So it looks like same scenario between Japan and Korea, I can imagine. This is a variety of the data on our major environmental conservation efforts. We are introducing environmentally friendly facilities, reducing electricity consumption, and deploying electric trucks. Next, I will explain market ocean conditions in the world. In the Corona disaster, we have experienced both port and inland transportation disruptions never experienced before. Ocean freight rates rose sharply. Port congestion caused delays in vessel schedules, and the global supply chain was severely impacted. Prior to the Corona disaster, ocean freight rates were low on all major routes to Europe and the US due to an imbalance between supply and demand. However, the Corona disaster caused a significant increase in freight rates, peaking in 2022. Currently, cargo demand is weak and freight rates continue to fall, but it is very difficult to foresee even near future at this moment. Cargo volume declined significantly in 2020 due to the Corona, but it grew 6.3% annually in 2021, caused by return to the previous year's decrease. But it was showed due to the financial circumstances slowdown. However, 4.3% growth is expected in 2024. The supply of shipping capacity has been on the rise since 2016. The supply has turned down in 2019 and 20 due to the Corona disaster, but it's expected to grow by more than 8% in 2023 and 24. Annual supply in TEU is expected to exceed 2.5 million TEU in 2023 and reach 2.8 million TEU in 2024. New shipbuilding orders are expected to rise sharply in 2023, peak in 24, and then decline from 25th onwards. We can clearly see a trend of new vessels becoming larger and larger after 2023. The percentage of container vessels over 15,000 TEU will exceed 50% in 2023. However, in 2024, the number of container vessels over 15,000 TEU will be decreasing, but over 10,000 TEU is expected to exceed 60%. So next slide. So I hereby would like to express my port business initiatives. So we hereby pick up 7 major facing ports in Korea and Japan columns. Among these 7 issues, 4 subjects marked in green color, such as environmental, DX, the 2024 problem in Japan, utilization of Busan Port with Korea-Japan shipping route cooperation are hereby expressed. We must accelerate our efforts to address these social issues such as environmental problems that require carbon reduction and labor shortage due to the declining birth rate and aging population. Our solution, I'd like to hereby introduce some examples. So this slide shows environmental friendly facility, so included electrically powered trucks are on the process. A modal shift to rail transportation in order to contribute to carbon reduction. The transportation products as combined domestic rail in Japan and ferry transportation between Busan and Shimonoseki or Hakata in Japan is one of the most suitable transportation as an environmental measures. Next slide shows Nippon Express Group is working on the promotion of DX as a demand issue to address the shortage of open labor force due to the declining birth rate and aging population in both Korea and Japan. The promotion of DX is also linked to the strengthening of supply chains. Next slide shows our Busan Logistics Centers. This is BGLC, is located behind the new port of Busan and conducts daily operation in order to maximize the global advantage of the FTZ function, free trade zone, which is one of Busan's major strengths products. We have high expectations for the new airport, Katokudo Airport, so which is scheduled to come into operation in 2029 to become one of the world's leading global logistics hub in Korea that can provide sea and air solution with free trade zone functions in Busan Seaport. In Japan, maybe as in South Korea, in near future, with the driver shortage becoming an issue, the law will be revised in 2024 to limit the working hours of drivers. Currently, cargo shipped from major ports such as Tokyo, Yokohama, and Osaka by truck over long distance in Japan may be affected. As a countermeasure to this problem, the Nippon Express Group is promoting a proposal to ship from local ports in Japan, directly transport via Busan, which has abundant shipping routes to all over the world as transship for the export from Korea. This is the last slide as for your reference, just for political and business collaboration between Korea and Japan. This transportation is a fusion of double licensed trucks in both Korea and Japan with same chassis drivers. Compared to the containers transportation, the number of transport days can be significantly shortened, and together with simplified package specifications, the goods are delivered to a factory in Kyushu, Japan. So this is the end, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
아키야마
Representative Director gave us an introduction to his company, and he also touched upon how Busan and Japan can work together for decarbonization. Why don't we take a 5-minute break before we have a panel discussion? So we'll take 5, and we will meet you back at 11:30. Thank you very much for your participation.
네, 저희 시간 관계상 장례 정리 후 바로
Yes, we will.
저희가 시간이 많지 않은 관계로 장례 정리 후에
Again, we will start right away as soon as the stage is ready.
영어 채널.
네.
영어 채널 수신기 테스트입니다. 하나 둘 셋. 됐어요.
잘 돼요.
그래.
예, 여러분 5분 동안
Did you enjoy your break? So we are resuming our session. We have 4 presenters and we have 2 panelists for this session. Let me introduce them. From the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, we have Mr. Jin Sung-jun. We were going to have Mr. Oh Young-nok, but he had to go to the National Assembly to attend to his business. So we have Mr. Jin Sung-jun instead. Next, we have a renowned professor, Professor Woo Soo-han of Chungang University, from the Department of International Logistics at Chungang University. And Professor Woo Soo-han worked for Ministry of Fisheries of Korea for 12 years, so he is well versed in fisheries policies and so on. So this is how we're going to do this panel discussion. We already listened to the presentations, and Professor Woo Soo-han didn't give a presentation, so why don't we give him 5 minutes for his talk. So maybe he can share with us what he's been thinking about this particular issue. And then I'm going to throw out some questions for our presenters and panelists. And then maybe we can take 1 or 2 questions from the floor. And before we close, we can give some time to Mr. Jin to close the session. So first, Professor Woo, the floor is yours. And any comments or your insight? So regarding the current state and the future direction of shipping and ports. Good morning, I'm Woo Soo-han.
It's the same Joe. Yeah. And thank you very much for your time. It's, I believe you, it's very early in the morning, like 2 a.m. in UK. And, but it's very pleased to meet you in here. And I need to excuse myself for using Korean language because I'm Korean and then I'm better at Korean. So, 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Smith and Commissioner Sam Cho. In various meetings, I met with them, and recently, regarding this crucial issue of decarbonization, I had chances to sit down with them and talk about it. So that's why I wanted to have them. And I know that it's an early hour, but they joined us for their presentations. So thank you very much. And along with Chair Professor Kim, we were preparing for this session, and we wanted to talk about automation, decarbonization, and interruption of supply chain management, geopolitical changes that happened in recent years, and how all these affected supply chains across the world. So that's what we wanted to talk about for this session. So I'll be sharing with you some of my thoughts, and I'll be asking questions as well.
네, 우리 트리스탄 스미스 교수님은 뭐 여러분 보시면 아시겠지만 가장 최근에 MEPC 80차에서 일어났던 결정들을 기반으로 해서 그 내용을 서머리해 주시고 또 그것에 기반해서 우리 해운 산업이나 조선 산업이 어떻게 대응하면 좋겠는지를 말씀해 주셨고요. 굉장히 감사했습니다. 제가 이제 가장 느끼는 것은 그러한 급격한 변화들이 우리 이제 해운 산업이나 조선 산업에 미치는 영향이 굉장히 강하고 그렇게 했을 때 각 국에서 어떻게 대응해야 되는지 이런 부분들이 굉장히 고민스러운 부분이 많습니다. 특히 기업들
To answer for companies, incentives to first movers is quite sizable. So those first movers with enough capital are very proactive. But for those in the mid to lower tier in the industry, these companies are at a loss of where to go. So I do see a polarization in the industry. For governments, there are support for eco-friendly movements. But this is an IMO regulation, and companies will respond to that. Governments don't really know what their role is and what support they can provide. and they're not sure what would be enough. So the question I grapple with is the IMO measures in reaching net zero by 2050. How effective would these IMO measures be? What are the most effective mechanisms? Because these would be the biggest challenge at hand. And when we do see a clear mechanism to adopt, then companies will respond accordingly, and government will have a better and clearer way to provide support for the companies. So in that sense, to Professor Smith, my question is, declaring net zero and the targets from 2030, 2040 from IMO and the market-based measures will be also implemented going forward. And in your view, how much of a contribution will these measures make in achieving net zero? And in the process, what kind of efforts are needed for individual governments? So if you can share your thoughts on that, I would appreciate it.
For Commissioner Sam Cho, well, I would also like to basically the same question for him as well. So along with these regulations by the IMO, at an individual state level, countries are taking measures and actions to meet the regulations. So the IMO presents guidelines and measures. And between Korea and the US, we are pursuing this green shipping corridors, which is quite meaningful. So that's why I wanted to have you for this session. So for Commissioner Sam Cho, my quick question is, in this particular route, well, when we pursue this green shipping corridor in the short term, the costs will rise because OPEX is going to go up, CAPEX is going to go up as well. So along this route, doesn't that actually undermine competitiveness of this route? So in order to save costs, don't you think that clients will choose to use detours and another route due to cost issues? So in order to be economically competitive from the perspective of BPA or the government, what kind of actions or measures can we take?
And next to Mr. Seo, you mentioned the full automated terminal that just opened up in Busan Port 2.5. Thank you so much for your contribution, and this means a lot. And near the end of your presentation, you mentioned that the final step of automation will be a smart technology, and towards that end, you are using AI and other smart technologies. But could you elaborate on that? How can intellectual smart systems will be used by your company going forward?
And for Mr. Masami of Nippon Express Korea, what I was interested in your presentation was, well, about the supply chain management and how it was disrupted during the time of the pandemic. Well, we saw the disruption, and now they're back on track, and we're seeing more logistics companies starting their business in this field. So, about this supply chain management, we now know we have higher awareness regarding how this SCM can play a crucial role, and also how controlling the SCM during the time of crisis can be crucial. So as you are doing business in logistics, when we have a disruption like the coronavirus, well, it affected the freight rates, of course, but when it comes to production and supply, did it really affect supply and production? And in order to increase control of supply chains, well, is there any other geopolitical issue or geopolitical factor that affects this point? Thank you. Yes, Professor Wu gave us kind of a summary of 4 presentations, and he also threw out some questions. Commissioner Sam Cho is not with us, so it's only questions for the 3 presenters.
답 좀.
Tristan, would you like to answer those questions?
Thank you. I hope the audio is okay. So thank you very much for the questions, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this meeting. As I said before, it's a great pleasure to be with you and to be part of this conversation. Having these exchanges internationally across different parts of the world is critical as the sector considers how it's going to decarbonize. So the questions, as I understood them, were how much will the midterm measures that the IMO adopts drive decarbonization, and what should be the efforts by national governments? So I will start with the first one. The contribution of IMO regulation can be very powerful. We have good historical examples of how, for example, the sulfur regulations or the double hull tanker regulation, once they are put in place and they have a strong enforcement mechanism, can be effective at creating the business case for investment. And that's because they require compliance for enabling ships to operate under port state control. So if ships are not in compliance, if the sanctions are very significant, i.e. potentially a large fine or arresting the vessel, then that creates the business case for using a technology or another solution that ensures that the regulation has been met. Now, we do not have the regulatory detail. We don't have the legislative detail of the measures at this point. It's under development, will be agreed and adopted in 2025. So we can only speculate about what the midterm measures will likely to be. And in our opinion, it's the combination of the greenhouse gas pricing with the fuel standard that create the effectiveness that the sector will need for those IMO regulations to drive a large part of the investment that the sector needs in both the fuel supply chain but also in the fleet. And the combination is effective because the transition that we're going through now does not have a fully mature or fully developed set of technologies. We will need to have significant effort in this decade into the research, design, development and deployment of some of the zero emission fuel solutions so that they reach a level of maturity that can enable their mass market scaling as we go into the 2030s. And the greenhouse gas pricing, not necessarily at a very high level, but a level that creates revenues, and the redeployment of those revenues can be very useful in stimulating RD&D, research, development and deployment of zero emission technologies in this coming decade. So it's not a mandate on the fleet to adopt hydrogen derived fuels. It's an incentive for those who want to be early adopters. It's a subsidy for the energy supply chain development that we need in order to make sure that those supply chains are ready for when a mandate, which is typically how one can think of the greenhouse gas fuel standard, the kind of regulatory requirement that a ship consumes a fuel with a certain specification, in this case, a reduction in the greenhouse gas intensity of the fuel, that mandate drives the mass market adoption because it's then a matter of compliance to use a fuel with a certain specification. And the best parallel for that is the sulfur regulation. The reason why that regulation was successful is because it's very clear that you would need to operate with a lower sulfur content fuel from January the 1st, 2020, or achieve compliance with an alternative mechanism. And that is how we imagine the fuel standard is going to look and drive both the fleet's transition, but crucially, the fuel standard creates the certainty for the fuel producers, because it tells the fuel producers that there will be demands for their fuels in certain volumes over the next 15, 20 years, and that enables the investment that creates that supply. So I think with the outcome of the revised strategy from the IMO, which is so strong and is clearly stating a very strong ambition, the likelihood that the IMO drives the transition significantly has increased, and that's a good thing for a sector like shipping that we think has the least cost transition if it's driven by global regulation rather than by national action. But that doesn't mean that you don't have a role for national governments, and there are some really important steps that they can take, especially in the period until 27, 28, when the IMO regulatory solution has entered into force. But also to enable the wider ecosystem changes that are needed. So, for example, we will need a lot of development of safety regulation for new fuels, which have different challenges to the fossil fuels we use today. Ammonia, hydrogen, methanol all contain slightly different risks, and the way that we store those locally, the way that we bunker the fuels, the way that crews need to operate in order to be safe, will all need to be developed. And that's something that national governments can be assisting during this period in trials and pilots and local deployments before the regulation scales their use in the global fleet. We'll also need to do work on our ports and our infrastructure, which is all within the jurisdiction of national government. So the way that those ports develop the bunkering infrastructure, the way that they retrain their personnel is something that is all within that scope of action. And then obviously the energy supply chain. So depending on the country and its potential to be a producer of new energy commodities, there's a need for national governments to start their hydrogen and energy strategies now that build up the supply of these new fuels that shipping will need, and to identify how they will target and access the shipping sector's use of their fuel. So, for example, a country like Australia or Chile or Namibia are all examples of countries that have got huge potential to be very low-cost producers of green hydrogen, and therefore green hydrogen-derived fuels like ammonia. And their hydrogen strategies and the actions they take in this interim period will be critical for enabling those fuels to be scaling up to be available as IMO regulates for that to be a mandated requirement. And I would say that the final role of that national government is to look at that period of time that we now have and to see how they can support shipping in bridging the period until 27. So the next 3 or 4 years is a critical window for national governments. We've seen an announcement from the United States, for example, on green hydrogen hubs that was referred to in another presentation. But within that, they are including $1 billion of support from the demand side. That is subsidy for operators who want to use a green hydrogen or a blue hydrogen fuel, and it's a support for the operators of that, not just capital grants into the supply of fuels, but also operational support for the demand side. And I think that will be critical, examples such as the US, but other countries, in order to ensure that we have some of the early use that will dovetail onto the use stimulated by IMO regulation as it comes into play later in the decade. I hope that's answered the question.
트리스탄 스미스
Thank you, Professor Tristan Smith.
accepting our invitation to this the forum. Thank you so much. Your excellent and informative speech. Thank you so much. 자, 다음 그러면 예.
Yes, I think next is Mr. Kim. Is this on? Yes, in automation, adoption of smart technologies. Well, when you think of automation, and I've always been involved in the automation of technologies from early on. In reverse, automation means that the same routine jobs that were previously done manually will be done by machines. So AGVs in ports and terminals are short for automated guided vehicles. So automated equipment, automated vehicles that can do repetitive work. Autonomous operation and smart ports is the buzzword. Smart ports is a big word. What's the definition of smart? So placing a smart person and making him do the same work over and over again, and he does it very well, and he's been doing it for 20 years, for instance. And we're now thinking maybe we can make the work smarter. And that's what we're looking at for smart ports. Automating repetitive work and then moving forward to do the work more smartly and autonomously. But smart requires a lot of information. Only knowing what you have always done is not enough. And I mentioned the AGVs earlier. We have their predefined routes, and AGVs just repeat going back and forth on those routes. But in the case of emergency, to prevent collision or if there's a sudden change of work, in these sudden changes, how efficiently and smartly can these environments be adjusted? So that is where we're going with smart autonomous operations in ports. That's a natural change that is happening. And then also, I said that these technologies are getting smarter and more autonomous. And what will the operators do then? The operators, particularly the younger workers, are much more smart nowadays, and they don't work for ports or terminals anymore. Because port work involves 24/7 work, and no one wants to do that, and you have to work without weekends. So in the end, we're going from automation to autonomous operations and smarter ports. So ports will become man-less completely. That's the only way forward. Thank you.
In the interest of time, I don't think I'm going to repeat. And please, Mr. Masami.
Questions. So my understanding is mainly two questions. So one is for ocean trade terms, so after the COVID-19. Secondly, so US-China trades. 日本語けんちゃなよということだったので、ちょっと so there seem to be a little bit of sensitive issues. So I'd like to reply to you. So in Japanese, I'm sorry. 一つ目のオーシャン
First, about the oceans market, what I can tell you is during the time of the pandemic, all the clients, suppliers, and consumers, well, if you think about what they did during the time of the pandemic, they increased their stocks. So what's happening now is we see an overstock of products. And these are non-performing stocks. So that is actually interrupting supply chains, and that led to a financial disaster that is dampening consumption. And we have so much stock that has been piling up. And after the pandemic, if consumption recovers, then that would be good. But you know that consumption didn't really catch up. So we can see that the supply chain is still moving very slowly. So when it comes to the oceans market and ocean cargo market, it's moving very slowly. And the future trend is kind of related to the next question. The ocean cargo market, well, it is going to recover. And like I said, we will see more vessels that is built, and we will see more supply in the vessels market. So I believe that there is some clearing out of the market going forward. So depending what happens in this market, we are ready to pay keen attention to this. And between the US and China, we see these trade conflicts between the two countries. And when it comes to semiconductors, for Korea, Taiwan, and Japan, these are the major players for semiconductors, and they are leading the semiconductor markets across the world. And especially in the US, semiconductor factories will see increased investments in the US. So the suppliers, which are Korea, Taiwan, and Japan, like I said. So if you think about the trade between Korea and China, well, the trade for China, which is standing at 30%, is actually decreasing, and that is switching to the US. And I believe that trend will strengthen. And just like Japan and Taiwan, Korea as well is in a difficult position in terms of geopolitics. So the semiconductor market after 2024 will be led by Korea, Taiwan, and Japan. Production, consumption will pick up going forward.
이제 55분인데 5분 정도 남았는데 제가 우리
Listening to what I was hearing, well, there is some clarification I need before I take questions from the floor. From Mr. Masami's point, well, dual license was mentioned in your presentation. So how dual license can be utilized so that we can transport from Korea to Japan? And also you mentioned the free trade zone. Can you elaborate on the free trade zone as well?
日本と韓国は、日本
Japan and Korean governments, the Ministry of Transportation of Japan and Korea signed a sort of a contract regarding the terms of conditions for transportation. I called it a double license trucking. And in each country, they have this truck license in each country, and using a dual license, they can freely move around into countries. So when it means that we can shorten time to take for loading and unloading of cargo, and we do not need human resources, and it also guarantees safe transportation. So it's a very innovative way of transportation. So both of the governments are willing to expand such cargo cooperation using double licensing of trucking. And as a logistics company, we are willing to provide such a service. Thank you. With Professor Wu and Mr. Chin, I have questions for them. Well, we have experts of the field of high technology, and between the Port of Seattle and Port of Busan, we are talking about these green corridors, and we are talking about companies with top-notch capital and technology. And Nippon Express is also the case in point. But when it comes to digitalization and decarbonization, this is not something top-notch shipping companies can only do, but we need other players as well. So it can be small vessels, ship-going vessels, and vessels that go to Northeast Asian countries. It doesn't have to be very big with high-tech. So all the players have to work together to pursue net zero. So for Professor Wu and Mr. Chin, well, it's not like we are looking at container ships first and small ships later, but this is not something that can fully address by the regulations of the IMO. So if you think about the order or the best way to do this, how to approach it, well, if you can share with us your input, please keep it brief. Thank you.
Yes, let me go first. Before I share my thoughts, I want to say to Tristan. Tristan, are you there?
Exactly wanted to listen to. So thank you for your answer to my question. 네. 네. 방금 김인현 교수님께서 질문하신 부분 제가 말씀을.
So to answer your question, Professor Kim, IMO regulates international shipping. And for coastal ships or fishing vessels, the IMO does not have jurisdiction over that. They fall under the jurisdiction of each nation based on the Paris Agreement, NDCs. These vessels will be applied with separate sets of regulations by each nation. So NDC allows for carbon ETS, emission trading system, and to gradually reduce the emitting fuels. IMO, on the other hand, oversees international shipping. So how the ships that ocean-going ships that sail through high seas. So these are very strict sets of regulations. Yes, first movers with lots of capital and well-advanced technologies are much more better equipped to respond. And the midterm measures by the IMO also provides bigger incentives for those who do better. That is the basic structure. So in that sense, what is the role of each government? Well, the government has to play a very important role because this regulation is by an international organization. The governments cannot just stand by and think that the companies will do well on their own. And this is a task for all of us. We need to be more proactive. I hope that governments would move more proactively. The Korean government in particular, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, and the Ministry of Economy and Finance that provides the budget support, and the Ministry of Trade and Industry and Energy are doing hard work, and they do provide support, but I think that more practical, more leading, more bigger, dominant support is what is needed. If you look at the direction of where IMO is going with their measures and regulations, I think that the Korean government measures are relatively timid and not sufficient. I hope that the eco-friendly ship support is provided by MOF, and that is about 10% subsidy provided for new builds. And that is the most advanced form of policy support from the Korean government, and I don't think that is enough. For bulkers, if the shippers do not give them orders, they cannot do business. But so we need to make sure that these cargo owners, the shippers, have an incentive to place orders with eco-friendly ships. And when that is done, we need to provide them with sufficient incentives. Other than that, these shippers will not place 10-year and 20-year orders, and then the bulk carriers will have no reason to adopt eco-friendly ships. Rather than just leaving everything up to the IMO, for the IMO regulations to actually take effect, there are many pieces of the puzzle that we need to put together, and I ask for the government to be more proactive on that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen.
Good morning. I'm with the Port Logistics Division, and Mr. Oh couldn't make it today. My apologies. Well, of course, there are many things I can talk about, but I am responsible for container piece logistics. And when it comes to smart shipping, well, 6 ports have fully automatic ports, and Korea is going to be the 7th country to introduce such an automatic port. So it is an advanced nation, but in order to catch up with our competitors, we will do our best so that we can automate Jinhae port as well. And when it comes to port management, we have this transformation of facilities and equipment. So yard tractors, we're done with that. And with LNG, hydrogen and electricity, we have to move towards net zero. So when it comes to policies, we do have some challenges, but we'll do our best. Thank you. Thank you very much. So my questions were addressed by Professor Wu. So Mr. Jin doesn't need to address that further. Maybe we can take one question from the floor.
특별히
Oh, it seems like we don't have any questions. Thank you very much for your participation throughout the session. We looked at the cases of the UK and the US, and they joined us at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. in each nation. And I'd like to thank you. Big hand to Professor Tristan Smith. Thank you. Thank you once again for your participation. So with this, we had the theme of the current status and future development of shipping and port logistics in the transitional era. That was the shipping and port session. Thank you very much for your presentations and your discussions. I'd like to thank all the participants, and with that, I'd like to conclude the session. Thank you. Thank you once again for the discussions, and big thank you to the panelists and presenters. We will take a group photo, so please stay on the stage.
네, 고생 정말 많.
Thank you for your presence. This concludes our shipping and port session. And I'd like to thank Professor Tristan Smith and Commissioner Sam Jo for joining us online. We will resume at 1:30 with the title Home Port Strategy for K-Cruise. Thank you.
a global hub port connecting the world. Busan Port is opening up a bigger tomorrow for ports worldwide. Busan Port, a global hub port. The representative port of Korea, Busan Port, became the country's first trading port, became its largest port through continuous growth, and has led the growth of the Korean economy. And now, Busan Port is making a leap forward as a world-class port. As a global transshipment-based port, it will handle domestic import and export cargo and transshipment cargo from every country. Located on one of the world's 3 major trade routes, Busan Port is building a global network connecting ports in more than 150 countries. With large-scale port infrastructure, Busan Port boasts specialized port facilities, including Newport, the largest transshipment hub in Northeast Asia, Northport, an intra-Asia shipping hub port, and Gamcheon Port and Dadaepo Port, which form the largest fishery product hub in Korea. In addition to this, with its state-of-the-art port facilities and excellent port personnel, Busan Port provides reliable shipping logistics services 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, giving it a competitive edge. In addition, the Newport District Park, a large-scale complex business space, has been designated as a free trade zone. Many world-class logistics companies are now moving in. And through the creation of new high-value-added logistics, it will lead the revitalization of the local economy. In addition, as the water deep enough to berth ultra-large container ships, Busan Port will continue to expand its world-class port infrastructure and will become a futuristic smart port through continuous innovation. Furthermore, the maritime and aviation multimodal transport system, completed with the construction of Gadok New Airport, will serve as a driving force to strengthen the port's status as a global logistics hub. Busan Port Authority, established to develop Busan Port as a competitive shipping logistics center, is continuing to innovate to set the standard for ports worldwide. With advanced technology development, Busan Port is transforming into a world-class smart port. And with its eco-friendly system, it is leading the future of cleaner, greener ports. In addition, based on its excellent competitiveness, Busan Port is expanding Korea's logistics territory by securing logistics bases in major overseas regions. By creating a reliable and safe site, Busan Port is building a people-oriented future. Beautiful Busan Port, where people and the city, nature and the port are harmonized, welcomes passenger and cruise ships from all over the world. By redeveloping the deteriorated port facilities of the North Port, Busan Port will transform into a central port for international maritime tourism, where people, business, culture, and art can coexist. And with the birth of this comprehensive maritime cultural space, it will proudly advance to the maritime capital of Northeast Asia that is true to the name. Busan Port, with its new vision, is making a leap forward from the gateway to Asia to the central port of the world. By connecting the world, leading the world, and preparing to unfold greater possibilities, we will succeed. We're all ready. Busan Port, a global hub port.
바다로 둘러싸인 대한민국에서 해운 산업은 어떤 역할을 하고 있을까요? 무역 의존도가 높은 대한민국의 수출입 화물 99.7%가 선박을 통해 운송되고 있습니다. 해운 산업은 그 자체만으로 반도체, 자동차, 석유 화학 제품, 디스플레이와 함께 5대 외화 획득 산업으로 경제 발전의 큰 축을 담당하고 있으며 식료품 및 생활용품의 수출입은 물론 국민 생활과 경제 활동에 필수적인 에너지 수입, 그리고 주요 산업의 제품 생산에 필요한 원자재를 수입하고 제품화하여 부가가치를 창출하는 데 기여하고 있습니다. 해운 산업은 대한민국의 국민 경제를 뒷받침하는 국가 기간 산업입니다. 또한 조선, 금융, 항만 및 해상보험 등 해운 산업과 관련된 다양한 분야의 산업과 연계 발전을 주도하고 있으며 유사시 국방 기능을 수행할 수 있는 국가 안보 산업이기도 합니다. 세계 제2위의 환적 항만이자 우리나라 최대 항만인 부산항은 컨테이너 물동량의 70% 이상을 소화하는 해운 산업의 중심지입니다. 13,000 TEU급 컨테이너선 한 척에서 발생하는 해운 산업의 경제 규모는 약 3억 원으로 선박의 규모와 화물에 따라 차이가 있지만 선박 입출항료, 저방료, 정방료, 개선료로 구성된 선박료와 화물 입출항료와 화물 채화료 등의 화물료, 항만구역 사용료, 하용료 등으로 구성된 비용을 지급한다고 합니다. 부산항에서 벌어들이는 부가가치는 2019년 기준 연 1조 7천억 원을 돌파하였으며 이는 해운 산업의 경제적 가치가 얼마나 대단한지 보여주는 지표가 됩니다. 부산항을 비롯한 인천항, 평택 당진항, 광양항 등의 주요 항만과 그 배후단지를 중심으로 제조업과 유통업 등이 입주하며 항만이 위치한 도시는 물론 대한민국의 큰 경제 가치를 창출하고 있습니다. 해운 수입 100조 원, 선봉량 1억 톤 달성을 목표로 달려가고 있는 대한민국 해운 산업. 해운 재건을 통한 분생적 산업 생태계를 구축하여 세계 3대 해운 강국으로의 도약을 준비합니다.
바다가 내어주는 자원을 식탁까지 올리는 일은 쉬운 일이 아닙니다. 우리가 언제든지 신선한 수산물 먹거리를 즐길 수 있는 건 파도와 날씨의 변동에도 변함없이 바다로 나가는 이들이 있기에 가능한 일이죠. 바다를 지키고 수산업을 통해 국민의 건강과 식량 안보를 책임지는 우리 어업인의 든든한 울타리, 바로 수협재단입니다. 수협재단은 국내에 단 하나뿐인 어업인 복지전담 기구로 어업인의 삶의 질을 높이고 어촌 지역사회가 유지되며 발전할 수 있도록 매년 다양한 지원 사업을 펼치고 있는데요. 지역마다 지정병원을 선정하고 경제적 여건이 어려운 어업인을 돕는 어촌 의료봉사 활동과 어업인 건강검진비, 수술, 치료비 지원을 통해 어촌 의료 사각지대를 해소하고 어업인들의 교육비 경감과 어촌 발전에 기여할 인재 양성을 위해 수협 장학관 운영 및 수협 장학금을 수여하고 있으며 어촌 공동시설 개보수, 벽화 그리기, 그리고 해양 정화 활동 등을 통한 어촌 환경 개선까지 수협재단은 어업인의 삶의 질 향상을 위해 다방면으로 노력하고 있습니다. 우리 어업인이 수산물을 생산하는 힘은 어디서 비롯될까요? 깨끗한 바다와 내실 있는 어촌이 뒷받침되어야 합니다. 하지만 일본의 원전 오염수 방출 결정, 해양 환경을 고려하지 않는 과도한 해상풍력 발전 추진과 바닷모래 채취 등으로 우리 바다의 생태계가 파괴되고 있고 어촌과 어업인이 무너진다면 수산업계의 미래 역시 장담할 수 없기에 그 어느 때보다 수협재단의 역할이 중요해졌습니다. 바로 지금이 수산물을 키워내 조건 없이 내어주는 우리 바다와 쉽지 않은 여건 속에서
바다로 나아가는 어업인들의 소중함을 다시 한번 일깨울 때 아닐까요? 수산물 소비 주체인 우리 국민의 관심과 기부 문화 확산이 꼭 필요합니다. 믿고 먹을 수 있는 수산물은 살기 좋은 어촌, 행복한 어업인에게서 나옵니다. 우리 어업인이 건강하게 바다로 나갈 수 있도록 국민 여러분의 애정 어린 관심과 지원을 부탁드립니다.
부산은행이 ESG와의 동행을 선언합니다. 더 깨끗해질 지구를 위한 용기 있는 선택, 더 따뜻해질 사회를 위한 아름다운 동행, 더 든든해질 기업을 위한 진심 어린 소통. 부산은행이 ESG 경영으로 더 큰 내일을 약속합니다.
세상 모든 여정은 돌아오기 위해 떠납니다. (1937년) 이 땅에 조선업이란 해가 뜨기 전 누구보다 먼저 출발했던 HJ중공업의 최초의 여정, 부산 영도 조선소. 대한민국 조선업의 태동은 국내 최초의 1만 8천 톤급 선박 건조를 이루어내고 선박 수출 시대를 개척해 나가며 조선 산업의 상징이라는 꿈을 현실로 완성해 나갔습니다. 나아가 세계 최고 품질의 컨테이너선과 2만 TEU급 초대형 컨테이너선까지 완벽히 건조했으며 멤브레인형 LNG선과 LNG 벙커링선을 통해 국내를 넘어 동양 최초, 세계 최초의 길을 열었습니다. 그 길에 흘린 땀방울은 원유 운반선, 석유 제품 운반선, 화학 제품 운반선, 30만 톤급 VLCC 등 각종 탱커선을 완벽히 건조했고 18만 톤급 벌크선 등 전 세계 선주사들이 가장 만족하는 벌크선을 건조하는 신화를 일궈냈습니다. 그 신화들은 또 다른 길로 연결되고 1974년 대한민국 최초 방위산업체로 지정되어 상륙함, 호위함, 초계함, 공기부양식의 수륙양용 공기부양정, 잠수정 등 국내 최다 실적과 독보적인 기술력을 통해 네이벌 쉽스 전문 건조사로 자리 잡았습니다. 또한 대양 해군의 지휘함인 1만 4천 톤급 다목적 대형 수송함, 독도함과 마라도함을 완벽히 건조하고 인도하였으며 수상함 구조함, 유도탄 보속함, 유도로켓 보속정, 군수 지원정, 차기 상륙정, 다목적 훈련 지원정 등 최첨단 함정을 건조하여 해상 방위력 증강에 앞장서고 있습니다. 뿐만 아니라 해경 경비함정 분야에서도 독보적인 역량을 과시하고 있으며 신선정 개발의 능력은 특수목적선 분야에서도 빛을 발하고 있습니다. 대한민국 최초로 건조된 북쪽 쇄빙선 아라운호는 영하 30도의 극한 환경 속에서도 1m의 얼음을 연속 3노트의 속도로 쇄빙이 가능하며 25톤의 크레인과 케이블, 100여 종의 연구 장비를 갖추어 대한민국의 미래에 대한 도전을 전 국민에 각인시켰습니다. 영도 조선소 부지의 물리적 제약을 극복하기 위해 다양하고 창의적인 새로운 공법을 개발하며 그렇게 쌓은 기술력으로 한계를 극복해온 HJ 중공업. 첨단 기술 연구를 통해 LNG 추진 선박을 개발하고 다목적 대형 방제선과 3D, 4D 물리 탐사선의 건조, 나아가 최첨단 친환경 컨테이너선, 하이브리드 전기에너지 선박, 자율주행 기술의 스마트 선박, 미래의 선박인 수소 선박 건조를 위해 수소기술센터와 연계하여 조선업의 미래가 될 여정을 이어가고 있습니다. 아울러 거제 공장은 HJ 중공업의 강교 제작 노하우를 활용, 연간 2만 4천 톤에 달하는 최고 품질의 초대형 선박 블록을 제작 공급함으로써 부산 영도 조선소의 선박 건조를 뒷받침하는 새로운 생산 기지가 될 것입니다. 이러한 여정은 단지 바다 위에만 있는 것이 아닙니다. 인천국제공항 건설 1단계부터 4단계까지 주관사가 된 HJ 중공업은 해외 공항까지 진출, 대한민국을 대표하는 공항 건설사로서 물류와 사람의 교류를 통해 국가 발전의 통로를 열었고, 독자적 기술로 설계된 집단 에너지 시설과 발전소, 트랜스퍼 크레인 등의 플랜트 사업은 불모의 땅에서 삶과 산업을 움직이는 동력을 일으켰습니다. 뿐만 아니라 국내 최대 규모의 문화시설 시공사로서 예술, 문화, 휴식, 의료, 과학을 위한 크고 어려운 시공들을 통해 도시와 나라의 상징이 되어왔고, 편리한 생활과 편안한 일상을 통해 풍요로운 삶을 일구는 주거 문화의 높은 이름이 되어왔습니다. 그렇게 스스로 쌓아온 역사로부터 멀리 나아가 한계를 시험하고 부딪히고 넘어선 뒤 다시 자기 자신에게로 돌아오는 과정, 그 여정의 끝에서 이전보다 나아진 자신을 만나는 것, 그 위대한 여정은 기본과 원칙을 준수하는 경영, 투명하고 공정한 윤리 경영, 사회적 책임을 위한 인간 존중 나눔 경영, 지속 가능한 성장을 위한 ESG 경영과 함께하며 당신에게로 닿을 것입니다. 우리로 인해 완성될 것입니다. 당신과 함께 나아간다. 나아지게. 더 하이스트 저니. HJ 중공업.
미래 해양을 개척하고 세계를 무대로 꿈꾸고 도전하는 곳. 신해양 시대를 선도하는 해양 강국의 주역. 해양 거점 대학. 여기는 한국해양대학교입니다. 해양 국가로 성장할 무한한 가능성을 가진 대한민국. 70년이 넘도록 우리나라를 해양 대국으로 이끌어온 원동력. 그 중심에 한국해양대학교가 있습니다. 한국해양대학교는 해양으로 특화된 각종 첨단 시설과 장비들을 갖춰 해양 분야 전문인을 양성하고 있습니다. 고급 해기사 양성을 위한 실습선인 한바다호와 한나라호를 비롯해 선박 관련 시뮬레이션 교육이 가능한 마린 시뮬레이션 센터를 통해 숙련된 해양 인재를 키웁니다. 또한 초대형 해양 플랜트 구조물을 3차원 입체 영상으로 구현하는 VR룸, 각종 신기술과 선진 교수 기법을 전수하는 산학연 ETRS 센터 등 최고의 시설을 이용해 해양 교육과 연구를 수행하고 있습니다. 뿐만 아니라 카페형 학습 공간에서 자유롭게 토론하고 학습할 수 있습니다. 해양 인재 양성을 위한 노력과 열정이 더해진 결과 한국해양대학교는 대한민국 해양교육과 연구, 정책, 문화를 주도하며 세계가 인정하는 해양 특성화 종합대학으로 발전했습니다. 한국해양대학교는 바다를 넘어 더 큰 세상을 품습니다. 전통 해양 산업 분야인 해운, 조선, 항만, 물류뿐만 아니라 해양공학, 해양과학, 해양금융, 해양 레저까지 해양 전 분야에 특화된 교육과 연구를 담당합니다. 또한 4차 산업혁명에 발맞춰 자율운항, 스마트 선박, 해양 미래 도시 등 미래 해양 산업을 이끌고 있습니다. 세계 최고 수준의 글로벌 해양 특성화 종합대학, 여기는 한국해양대학교입니다. 회사대학.
네, 안녕하십니까? 잠시 후
Good afternoon. We will begin the World Ocean Forum 2023, the cruise session shortly. We're providing simultaneous interpretation, and you can get your translation receiver at the entrance of the hall, and you can find receivers on the tables as well. English channel 3 and Korean channel 4 and Japanese is channel 5. Please take your seats and the session will commence shortly.
2023 will begin shortly. All the presentations or talks will be translated simultaneously, and you may use the interpretation device on your table, or if you don't have one, just get one from the entrance. And Korean is channel 3, English is channel 4, and Japanese is channel 5. We'll see you very shortly. Thank you. 네, 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. Welcome to the cruise session of the 17th World Ocean Forum. I'm Park Se-won. Korea has been making huge efforts into developing the cruise industry. With increasing popularity and awareness of the so-called K-culture, we are at a crossroads in developing our Korea cruise future industry. So in this session of cruise, we are going to talk about home port strategy, moving away from port of calls, and we're going to talk about K-cruise roles and strategies. Then please welcome the chair of the session, Dr. Yoon Ju of Korea Culture and Tourism Institute. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. Just as introduced, I'm Yoon Ju of Korea Culture and Tourism Institute. Thank you very much for taking your time out of your busy schedule to be here. I understand that you just had a meal, so you might feel a little drowsy. During this session, the theme of this session is cruise. And as we celebrate the 17th World Ocean Forum, well, actually, the cruise session started back in 2015, and this has been just 3 years. So 3 years ago, if you think of that time, well, it was when the pandemic hit the world. And I'm glad that we have the separate session for cruise for the last couple of years, starting from 2015. And since 2016, cruise has led to lots of institutionalizations, and also we have been working on developing the industry with many systems. So we have seen huge growth in this industry. I believe that we are at a crucial point. Well, the moderator mentioned the K-culture. So in the past, we wanted to make sure that we serve as major port of calls, but in the long run, we thought that we can think of some home port strategies. So we call it the K-cruise home port strategy. And we're going to talk about how we can become a home port going forward. We have 2 presentations and panelists representing terminals and industries. And regarding our presentations, we have one presenter from Korea and the other one from overseas country. First, we are going to have Professor Shim Sang-jin of Gyeonggi University. And quick introduction to him. He served as the senior VP at Hyundai Asan Corporation for many years, and he left Hyundai Group to become a professor of Gyeonggi University, and he's been involved in this cruise-related industry. And when he served as a VP at Hyundai Asan Corporation, he was involved in the Gyeonggi Cruise, Kumgang Cruise project, so he is well versed in the cruise business, and he is going to give us a talk on the theme of K-cruise home port strategy.
잘 들리시죠?
Do you hear me okay?
Actually, I prepared the presentation in English, but I noticed most of the audience are Koreans, over 95%. So I discussed with the chairwoman, the Dr. Yoon. So I'd better speak in Korean, not in English. So sorry for the foreign participants from the abroad, but you will not have any problem. We have such a capable interpreter simultaneously, so you will not have any language barriers. So please allow me, from now on, let me talk in Korean. Thank you. 지금부터 지금 말씀.
Just as I introduced, I prepared my presentations in English, but we have many Korean participants in the audience, so why don't I give this presentation in Korean? So the topic of my talk is K-Cruise Homeport strategy, and this is the table of contents. What is a cruise homeport? So it's basically clarifying the term. And in order to become a cruise homeport, what would be the selection criteria? And I'm going to look at the K-Cruise reality. I'm going to take a very critical view of the reality of K-Cruise, and I'm going to look at Japan and China's growth policy, followed by closing remarks. I have more than 100 pages for my PPT, so I'll rush through my slides. First, about K-Cruise. So when I heard that the title of the session was K-Cruise, there were many things that went over my mind. So K-drama, K-comics, K-cosmetics. Well, you can basically add the alphabet K to anything so that it can be popular with many people around the world. So if you think about the current state of K-Cruise, adding this alphabet, adding this letter K, well, we don't really want to undermine the reputation of the Korean culture. I don't think I have to highlight this point once again because we have so many industries or sectors that has the letter K in front of everything. And in the classical contests, you can see that many Korean players and participants are winning awards. So there is this Belgian film director who created a documentary film on K-film. So we have this K-Pungnu, or K appreciation for the arts. And also in bodybuilding, we see many Korean bodybuilders are winning the prizes, and now we're expanding it to be K defense industry and talking about whether we can become the top 4. We keep talking about this cruise homeport, so I want to clarify this term first. When it comes to this cruise, you can see that there are many definitions, and this table can be very valuable for us. We have, when it comes to port functions, we have the so-called home port, port of calls, and hybrid types as well. So when it comes to cruise, what would be the criteria that selects a home port? So if it's a home port, then you board the vessel in Busan and takes your cruise, and it has to be a liner to be a home port, to constitute a home port. And in entering and exiting the port, we need facilities to qualify as a home port, and we are well equipped with these facilities. And another crucial part is accessibility. So it has to be convenient, and you have to have transportation, whether it be railroad, taxi, air, and trains. So if you think about Miami, Barcelona, or Singapore, these are the ports equipped with all this infrastructure. And in order to be an operational hub, the home port is an operational hub for the cruise line, where the ship is serviced, restocked, and prepared for upcoming cruises. So basically, that's preparation for the next cruise operations. And if you think about major cruise harbors, they're located in easily accessible locations in major cities. But it doesn't have to be a major city if you have very good natural scenic environment. For instance, you can think of the Bahamas, Cancun, Casablanca, Bali, and so on. And also you can think of ports in scenic natural areas. So if you have good enough views, then passengers would love it. So Alaska, Norwegian fjords, Milford Sound in New Zealand, these are the examples of ports in scenic natural areas. And there are ports near cultural and historical sites, for instance, in Athens. Well, the cruise port facility itself is not very good or top-notch, but with the name Athens, it is attractive enough. So today we are talking about a home port strategy. So Jeju, Busan, and Incheon of Korea, what kind of home port strategies do we pursue? So one example can be, this is what's located in Shanghai. Accessibility is great. And this is the Usongku terminal, which has the best infrastructure in Asia. And it had the investment of $150 million in 2015, and the investment is being made constantly. And this is the case of Singapore. So this is the Marina Bay Sands, and in the swimming pool, I took this picture myself with just a regular camera. This shows how close this is to the port. And the regular bus, can go to the cruise terminal. And once the passenger gets off the bus and loads the luggage, then this can be taken right onto the ship. And it only has 2.5 million population, and in order to qualify as a home port, we need to have a huge market. So what Singapore did was fly and cruise. So at Heathrow, London, you can check your baggage. And in regular cases, you might think you have to get your luggage at Changi Airport. But in this case of this cruise terminal in Singapore, that is directly delivered to the cabin room of the cruise ship. And when I had an interview with public servants, what they do, according to them, was making sure that customs clearance is done swiftly so that passengers can pay more money. And that they believe that that's the reason why they exist and that why they're working for the government. This is the case of the Kai Tak Cruise Terminal. It used to be an airport, and the runway of 3.5 kilometers are now, this is being used for the cruise terminal. And on the right-hand side, it says, "We're grateful for the support we have received from the Hong Kong government, authorities, and trade partners." What that means is, well, this is what Genting Dream Cruise staff members said. And what that meant was the cruise line was grateful for the support it got from the government. This is a Nassau cruise port in the Bahamas. If you look at the color of the sea, you might think this is a worth of your investment. Cozumel is in Mexico. And this one, Grand Cruise Terminal in Qatar. This is the most beautiful cruise terminal, with more than 1,500 arches, and this is equipped with all kinds of cultural facilities. What's astonishing is that it takes only 10 minutes to see the most beautiful museum in the world, the Museum of Islamic Art in Doha. What's even more amazing is, with another 5 minutes, you can reach the National Museum of Qatar. And this building was constructed by Hyundai Construction. So the place is well equipped with the infrastructure. You have this terminal that is closely connected to the bazaar and museums nearby within 5 or 10 minutes. And if you look at Athens, the facility itself is not very good, but the brand name Athens is good enough. This is Canada, Vancouver. This is the conventions hall. You can see the flags. So just like the exhibition convention of Korea, throughout the year we have lots of conventions. And this one, Miami Cruise Terminal. Let me just skip. We have great expressways, but we did have congestions, so we have this underwater tunnels that we worked on. So now passengers can drive their vehicles, park their cars, even though they have highways. They use this underwater tunnels. Then regarding the type of home port that we want to be, well, basically we are competing against all kinds of cruise terminals that I just showed you now. So what we are thinking of is, well, we have this great North Port, and we're wondering why this is not being recognized as a home port. To be a cruise home port, it really depends on the cruise line or the specific cruise package and the preference of travelers. So, well, let's say that we created a cruise home port, but that doesn't mean that cruise lines will recognize them as home ports. Passengers will determine which will serve as a home port, and this will be received by the cruise lines according to the preference of passengers. So we have to take the perspective of shipping companies and passengers and put ourselves in their shoes. We have to think about the viewpoints of the cruise lines and passengers. We shouldn't think about it from the perspective of ours. So the key word is cruise lines and passengers, and we have to put ourselves in their shoes so that we can create the right cruise home port that we want to see. And when we create a cruise home port, we have to think if it's politically feasible. Well, look at the case of Israel. And also we have to think about the policy and financial support. For instance, at the government level, in this case, it's the city of Busan. What kind of financial support can we turn to? And cruise lines should be able to make money. So with Busan playing as a home port, will it make money? And what about market accessibility? There are many factors that we need to consider. And also, we have to understand how much consensus we managed to build. For instance, with Busan people, Busan citizens. So do they have a welcoming mind to cruise passengers, or do they see them as those who just throw out trash and generate waste? And then we have to think about policy consistency. When we had a cruise route to Mount Kumgang in North Korea, well, we started the journey from the East Sea, and suddenly we're talking about starting the journey from the port of Busan. And by taking another route, then we have to run more than 10 hours to meet the time schedule. So we have to factor in all these political conditions. So factoring in all these conditions, we can come up with this selection criteria. We have to qualify all these conditions to be selected as a home port. So like I said, local perception matters. And second one, geography, proximity of social markets, and when Busan becomes the home port, how many passengers can we accommodate? And next one, we have to do the cost comparison. How cost competitive can we be? And berth allocation is crucial as well. So when Busan serves as a home port, 6 months before, we have to do the allocation of berths. And what kind of systems will we do? Well, if you visit the website of Miami, you can basically berth anywhere you want because they have vacancies and available berths anytime, basically. But take the example of Jeju Island. This is from Hala Daily. When it comes to berth allocation system, well, Jeju Island can serve as the hybrid type port, and it is allocating berths to cruise lines that have many international routes. But when it comes to those cruise lines that visit these local communities more than 30 times, and if they consume locally produced water, or if they have the performance of hiring youth that graduated from youth academy, and those who the cruise companies, the cruise lines that cooperated for more than 5 times, well, these are the criteria. And these can be very vague. You might think that you can meet all these criteria, but will this be acceptable to foreign cruise lines? And there are many other port infrastructure. And also we have to think about comfort of cruise passengers. Well, I actually boarded cruise ships at Port of Busan, and it's not always easy to go there on foot. So when I try to take a cab, well, drivers would sometimes reject that. So when I get off the Busan train station, I'm always nervous because I might get rejected once again by a cab driver. So you might think that you can take the airplane, but congestions at Jeju Airport and Gimhae Airport, this is not a viable option. And another thing is the shoreside electricity. So when you're berthing, you want to keep the main engine at the lowest possible rate and use the shoreside electricity. So 40% of the cruise ships are ready to be provided with shoreside electricity, and there will be 30% additional cruise lines that will be retrofitted. So it's not only convenient, but it will help us to reduce emissions, and we can decrease 99% of SOx by doing so. So we looked at what we've been doing at the government level to develop Korean cruise industry. But at the moment, well, cruise industry is not fully mature to add this letter K, to deserve this letter K. In 1998, a Korean conglomerate, Hyundai, bought the ferry boat to launch a Kumgang cruise route. But it recorded 80 billion loss and continued to lose 7 billion won per month in 2002. And then North-South overland tourism began in 2003. So cruise industry declined since that time. So the next one is not quite a cruise business, but it was a car ferry business, and that was another failure case. And this was a joint venture which started with a big size, but it also suffered a huge deficit and it went out of business within a year. So given these inferior conditions, well, if some companies are interested in a cruise business, then the government would welcome their approach, because the Korean government is interested in developing the cruise industry, which is suffering a lot at the moment. For the air business to take root, for Korean Air and Asiana, there have been huge support from the government. And that's exactly what we need for the cruise business, so that it can further grow based on funding and budgets. And currently, we do have issues with funding and budgets. Currently, I'm not specifically talking about departments of governments or specific companies, but as a person in this industry, I sincerely hope that we can see future growth of the Korean cruise industry. So when I talked about the definition of the Korean home port, well, we do not have good understanding of what that means at the media level and at the government level. So this is the media coverage in 2012 in December. It talks about how Busan Port has emerged as a hub for cruise tourism in Northeast Asia. And the next one, Sokcho Port, aims to become Northeast Asia cruise hub. And the next one, I intentionally blocked his photo. Oceans and Fisheries Minister, the then minister, said that Korea will launch at least 5 national flag cruise ships, but that didn't happen yet. When the Chinese government has an announcement, then it's done. But this is nothing that was done, even though this was mentioned by the Oceans Minister. And the minister said that it's a 1 trillion won market. And given the number of passengers, which is about 50,000, that means that one person has to spend $2,000. So that's just a sense check. I'm not trying to be critical, but thinking about the number of population in Korea, which is about 51 million, there's only 0.093% of Korean people who actually boarded the cruise ships. What that means is the outbound cruise tourism, well, more than 50% of the Korean people, they go to foreign countries, and we have a huge outbound tourism market. And in Taiwan, given the cruise market and the number of population, we see that the cruise market for Taiwan is 6 times bigger. In other words, we have the market of only 1/16 of the market compared to Taiwan's. So what the government is doing is that you can pay only $100 to take a cruise tour. So it's not like the government is not doing anything. And the government announced the Cruise Promotion Act in 2013 and has lots of plans to promote this industry. Well, regarding the budget, securing the budget and allocating the budget, there are no provisions on how to secure the budget and how it will be allocated. We have good plans, but budgets are not secured. So if you look at the 2023 Major Work Implementation Plan, you can see that there is about 136 billion won that is allocated, but this is not including cruise. So we have good plans, but there's no plan. And without a budget, we cannot produce any outcome. So introducing a home port can be a very competitive war, and you need to have bullets to fight a war. If you look at China and Japan, they have lots of bullets, but we only have 2. So this is the total budget statement that is more than 500 pages. And for cruise, we have the budget of 800 million won. But if you look at the budget for the Ministry of Sports and Culture, it's more than 1 trillion won. Then we can see that the budget for cruise is only 0.079%, and this shows how much of that budget is allocated. And this is not really practical to do any job. So you see that the term cruise comes up more than 7 times. And this is the budget for the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. And this 1.3 trillion won includes funds for tourism. But we're talking about 800 million won to promote the cruise industry. So we were interested in how the Ministry of Culture and Sports were able to secure 1 trillion won. And from the Ministries of Fisheries, well, these are where the budget is executed. And you can see that 2.6 billion won is secured for ocean environment international cooperation. And there are so many old vessels that need to be replaced, and there are so many areas where this money has to be spent, including the Fukushima wastewater. And also we have to do the customer satisfaction survey, which takes up a huge portion of the budget as well. We have this old saying that generosity can only come when the storehouse is full. So these are the budgets. And we're looking at the case of Japan to compare the budgets. So they have more than 1,000 times cruise budget in Japan. And the last ones support regional economic development through enhanced cooperation with related industries. This resonates with us. It's not the government alone, but it has to work with the cruise industry, keeps talking with it so that it can become a cruise home port. And it has to constantly work with cruise lines. So this is not something I have created, but I borrowed this phrase from what they have. So across Japan, it plans to promote these international cruise ports. And also it considers how it can rival cruise ports in the Caribbean and other major port areas. In order to be a home port, we have to keep asking how we can become a home port. Customs clearance, tax benefits, the infrastructure, these are something that we need going forward, and that's what Japan and China are doing in terms of their policies. And thanks to these efforts, they're becoming the growing cruise powerhouses. So I believe that we are clear with future directions, looking at the cases of Japan and China. So China is financially supporting cruise lines so that the ship can be launched as soon as possible. So when a cruise line builds a company in Shanghai, 50% of the finance comes from it is supported by the government. And it is aiming to make sure that it can accommodate passengers in Shanghai, and 2 vessels are already completed. And it is trying to accommodate foreign cruise lines that are headquartered in Shanghai. And actually, more than 57 billion won was spent by Chinese passengers. So cruise is recognized as a high-tech industry that can lead to huge consumption. But in Korea, we do not have any statistical data. And it was very difficult for me to have such data. Maybe the Fisheries Ministry might have such relevant data, or maybe we can get it from the Asian Cruise Society. But anyway, we need close cooperation with relevant agencies, including the Fisheries Ministry, and we believe that we need some converged entity, maybe under the Ministry of Prime Minister's office. So first we have to think about the market, and we have to make sure cruise lines are profitable, making money so that we can enjoy the ripple effects of these business activities. But without the budget, like I highlighted, we cannot do anything. So we are only depending on the money, but we have to move away from the government-led initiatives, and everyone in this room has to work together to promote cruise. That requires governance. Well, like I said, the air industry took root thanks to the support by the government. So until we see that in the cruise industry, the role of the government and relevant organizations is crucial. And the remainder of the slides, in the interest of time, will be skipped. For Samsung Electronics and Hyundai, for the last 50 years, they made constant investments doing what they do. It's an absolute necessity to have a home port so that we can create jobs and drive future economic growth. And with the North Route that is connected, this can serve as a bridge for international trade. So I hope that everyone in this room spares no efforts. It can be a local player and any small player. And if you're interested in starting a small car ferry, for instance, I believe that we have to provide our full support. I believe I spent more than 30 minutes. Even though I have so much to say, let me just conclude my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Shim. He was involved in the industry and academia at the same time, so he had a lot to talk about the function and the role of a home port. Thank you very much for your passionate presentation. The next presenter is joining us from online. Well, Professor Shim mentioned the case of China, and when we talk about cruise, we can't overlook China. So next one is about the case of China. The second presenter is researcher from China Merchants Group, Gigi Hui, and she's joining us from online. And she earned her PhD in Shanghai Maritime University and at Korea Maritime Institute, or KMI. She served as a researcher in Shipping Policy Division of the KMI. Such a talent. So, are you ready?
네. 소리 네네. 그러면 중국 크루즈 현황과 있습니다.
So please start your presentation on the current state of Chinese cruise.
안녕하세요. 저는 희가해라고 합니다.
Good afternoon, I am Hee Ga-hee.
话就是用中文来说。
Hello, I would like to speak in Chinese. I am with the China Merchants Cruise Research Institute. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for their invitation. Today, I would like to speak about the development and current status of China's cruise industry. The contents would include 4 parts. Number 1, global cruise industry development and trends. Number 2, current status and trends in China. Number 3, the Research Institute's strategy. And number 4, Korea-China cruise cooperation. I'd like to make some suggestions on that. First of all, regarding the global cruise industry development and trend, pre-COVID, the global cruise market was on a boom and continued a steady growth at 5% per annum. However, because of COVID, the global cruise market in 2020 started to decline, and in 2021, large shipping companies started to resume the cruise business, and in 2022, really recovered the business in earnest. However, during this period, the number of tourists in the cruise market was still below the level of 2019. So in 2020 to 2022, the number of tourists fell short of the level of 2019. And as the recovery became more clear, in 2024, we expect there to be 31.5 million cruise users. That would be 106% of 2019. And by 2035, the global cruise market users, the tourists, would reach 39.6 million, which is 127% of 2019. And at present, we believe that in the North American region, that will be the first place where the tourism will be recovered. So we have already surpassed the 2019 level there. In the case of Asia, that continued fast growth pre-COVID, the COVID is still very much alive, and so the demand remains from recovering. But with China allowing for full tourism, we expect there to be a quick recovery. Then let us look at the contraction in the order book of the cruise ships, and this is going to be very difficult to recover in a short period of time. If you look at the global cruise ship building market, the market remains far from recovery. Before COVID, other shipbuilding and ship ordering market recovered quickly, but because of COVID, there was a huge impact on the building of new cruise ships. In 2020, globally, 20 out of 24 cruise ships to be delivered, only 14 were delivered. Post-COVID recovery in cruise shipbuilding is there. The 2021 to 2022 levels are equivalent to the level of 2019. And for this year, the order declined dramatically, and the number of delivered ships may have been very small. Building new cruise ships, starting in February 2024, has dropped, and new build orders have declined together with the decline in demand. However, because the ships are very expensive and because of a global downturn in the economy, the new build demand is very low, so it'll be difficult for this part of the market to recover anytime soon. In that case, let's look at the global shipbuilding cruise market restructuring, because COVID has really reshaped the market. With the Genting bankruptcy, large companies are really dominating the market, and cruise operating market has been restructured, and we can note the emergence of MSC. Although they operate a fewer number of routes than Norway, but compared to Norwegian, in terms of number of cabins, they are already in excess. So they have surpassed Norwegian, so MSC is world's number 3. The cruise operators are restructuring more quickly after COVID for low profit making cruise ships. These are sold out to focus business on profitable parts, and 13 cruises have been disintegrated so far. The average age is 18 years for cruise ships. So younger cruise ships, in terms of capacity and passenger, can meet demand. So going forward, these operators will not have a very high demand for new orders. Number 2 is China's development in cruise market. In the case of China, after COVID, the cruise industry has been reopened completely. For China, the Ministry of Transportation has announced plans to do so. And so the pilot run of cruise ships has been resumed. In May, Korea-China cruise pilot operations was announced, and so Shanghai has resumed operating cruise ships. So Shanghai will again lead the way in the cruise ship market in China. And in the cruise economy, China aims for advancement. In September, Shanghai Shenzhen cruise pilot route was announced, and this marks the beginning of the recovery of the cruise operations for China. And for domestic cruise ports, these ports have resumed their international operations. Under Adora, MSC started operating the cruise routes, and MSC leaves Shenzhen, and for 6 to 7 days, they run routes to Japan and to Korea. And there was a very explosive demand during the holidays, showing strong demand among the consumers. And so for China, Korea, Japan, and other destinations, tourist products sold very well. From China to Korea and to Japan, there was a huge a surge in the number of tourists. And during the national holidays, this demand went even further up. So that really shows a compensation consumption by the Chinese consumers. And I can reiterate that the domestic cruise market is very much alive. Chinese cruise tourist industries are really competing fiercely to develop products. Going forward in cruise market development, I believe this will offer a solid ground. This table shows a number of cruise-related policies announced in different regions. Qingdao, Tianjin, Dalian, and Shanghai announced different plans about the cruise tourism and industry development guidelines and measures and policies. But we should also remember that China's cruise tourism market in the past decade grew very rapidly, but since 2018, compared to the high-paced growth before, high-quality growth is now the focus of policies and strategies. Pre-COVID in 2019, the top 5 cruise ports of China had 687 cruise ships calling port. That's 87% of nationwide, and the number of international travelers recorded 381.8 million people. That's 92% total. For Shanghai, if you look at Shanghai port alone in 2018, there was a huge number of tourists who came to Shanghai. But in the case of Shanghai, the number of cruise tourists declined. But in other ports, that number increased. For instance, China's cruise tourism market was dominated by Shanghai, but ports in other areas are starting to receive a larger number of tourism and advancing quickly. So if I may introduce the Zhangang cruise. The Zhangang cruise operations resumed last year. During the COVID period, the domestic cruise line was able to develop according to critics, but the cruise industry is definitely developing in the Zhangang region. And this year, with the cruise operations resuming, many of the tourists are using this product, and the products continue to be upgraded. And also, for instance, thematic tourism relevant auxiliary services and facilities are now fully in place, and a large number of tourists reaching 1 million per year is using these cruises. For Zhangang and cruise, inbound tourists used to take up about 50%, but now domestic tourists are using this cruise a lot. And the age of the passengers is getting younger and younger. Originally, the majority of the users were old age, but now we have much higher proportion of those in their 30s and 40s. And next is a development strategy for the research institute that I belong to. This is the strategy for cruise industry development, cruise shipbuilding, operation, ports, auxiliary services. We want to provide a more unique and competitive cruise industry lines here. So in the group work, in relation to the cruises, all of the relevant work are providing a very good growth engine for us. And some of the products that we are releasing include inner city cruise, coastal cruise, inland Zhangang cruise, and ocean cruise. With Shanghai, Wuhan, Chongqing, in these 3 cities, we have inner city cruise operations. We have 4,326 seats available on the cruise. In 2019, this product accommodated 1.73 million tourists. And for inland cruise in 2020 and 2021, we had about 3.5 million available seats on the cruise that was delivered. It was the very first hybrid type of cruise for China, meaning a hybrid type of fuel is used for this luxury cruise line. And these 2 were delivered by Hong Kong, Zhuhai, Macau, and Bay Bridge routes. And they are very popular products in China. And in particular, on national holidays, during the Golden Holiday Week, the cruise was enormously popular. Consumers love to try out the luxury cruise. more in line with the changing trends. Products are newly developed to meet the new demands. For Zangang and other inland cruise, yes, of course, Zangang is the most notable one. 1,722 seats are available. On top of the 6 existing cruise ships, there's Zangang Changho, a newly built ship that has been added to the cruise product. More than 200 million yen was invested into this new domestic cruise ship. This is a 6-story cruise, a very luxurious cruise. And starting last July, this ship has been added to our operations, and in Samhyup region, this cruise is operated. Since COVID, inside China, for the first time in Zangang, this new ship was added to the cruise line. For Zangang 3, from Chongqing to Wuhan and Chongqing to Shanghai is the route that it serves. And for this cruise ship inside China, this ship also represents eco-friendly and smart operations of domestic cruise. I think it will set an important standard. So going forward, the Zangang cruise products will be enhancing their qualities mainly through this new ship. And also in 2020 December, we set up a joint venture with Viking Cruise. And we have established China's very first 5-star luxury cruise operator to satisfy the demand for such services in China. Last year, the cruise ship was registered already. And in October last year, from Xiamen to Shenzhen, we opened up a new route. Shenzhen will be the mother port. And connecting this to the inland cruise, we released another product that connects Shenzhen to Hong Kong. So we continue to create new products as we advance the cruise industry in China. Luxury cruise lines such as these are developed independently by China that meets the sentiment of the Chinese people. And in the process, we can build experience and continue to go ahead with quality development. Lastly, my proposal for Korea-China cooperation. First of all, as you know, the Korea-China cruise route since 2017 has been operating successfully. This August 10th, the Culture and Tourism Ministry in China declared the official resumption of the Korea-China cruise route, meaning that the cruise industry will connect the entire Northeast Asia, not just our 2 countries. Not only the Korean and Chinese cruise market, but for the entire Northeast Asian market, we can take the lead in developing the cruise industry. So for bilateral cooperation, I would like to propose these 4 ideas. Number 1, we need to reinforce the multifaceted cooperation between our 2 countries by sharing the market. The cruise market, demand is essential for the cruise market. In the case of China, the cruise industry is quite promising. For a long time to come, we need to reinforce our unique strengths to develop the cruise market. And in the case of Korea, Korea serves many destinations. So I think we each have our own unique strengths, and we need to be mutually complementary in developing routes and products, coordinating policies, sharing tourists, developing a pool of talents, and also connecting to on-land tourism. These are some of the possible areas of cooperation. through various products, I think that we can breathe more life into the cruise industry. Number 2, joint operation of cruise model. Korea-China cruise tourism market are highly interdependent. And because we have companies that are very interested to work together with each other, we can create some sort of joint strategy. We can run a joint cruise company. We can jointly lease a cruise ship for operations, or in either of our countries, we can establish a joint venture. The two governments have already shown their support for these ideas. And number 3, we can build a standardization system for the cruise ports, for the mother ports or the ports that are called to. Most of the cruise ports are Korean and Chinese ports. So to recover the market, the government needs to provide more practical and stronger support. And our two countries need to respond flexibly. Among relevant institutions, we need to engage in exchanges. This is very important. After the end of COVID, for the development of the cruise industry, COVID facilities or customer service systems, well, these are areas where we can do some joint response, and we need to standardize the services. And number 4, we can set up a Korea-China cruise cooperation body, region-based consultative body can address the cruise shipping companies, cruise services, auxiliary services, and convention industries. They can all come on board for exchanges, market research, and better communication so that we can together advance the cruise market. And number 5, media cooperation. The press need to release a lot of positive reports so that bilateral friendly exchanges can continue. And this will ultimately be very important for the development of the cruise industry. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
네, 이것으로 두 분 발제자.
So that's the end of the two presentations. We will prepare the stage for panel discussion. Thank you.
네, 그럼 저희 크루즈
Welcome back. We are going to begin our panel discussion session. Thank you very much. Big thank you to the two presenters. Well, I thought that we were not fully prepared for the online presentation, so we had to change the order to listen to the Korean case. But anyway, thanks to both of the presentations, now we have a better understanding of the Chinese market. And Gigi Wei had to excuse yourself. If you have any questions, please make sure you give those questions to us so that we can share these questions with her. And after the presentation representing the industry, academia, and terminals, we have about 5 people representing all different sectors. So why don't we start with the industry, followed by academia and the government. First, we have, as our panelist on my left, we have Senior Manager Yoon Hyo-jin of Costa Cruise. Senior Manager Yoon has been working in the cruise industry for 17 years, and when I said 17, she was worried that she might look old. So she has 17 years experience and 6 years experience with Costa Cruise. So she has a great understanding of the Korean market, and I believe that she can share with us the current status of the cruise industry with the Korean participants, maybe 5 to 7 minutes, please.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. I'm with Costa. I indeed appreciate the two presentations, and I had the experience of running both homeport and interport. So we've been engaged in running both homeport and interport starting from Busan and Pohang this year and continuing that in the next year. In Sokcho, Busan, and Pohang, we will accommodate about 30,000 passengers, according to our plan. So if you think about the contemporary cruise, like my organization, in selecting a home port, there are 2 major criteria. First one is the berthing capability. Second, you have to have a large enough infrastructure or the terminal to make sure that turnarounds can be done swiftly. And also, you have to consider whether this accommodates the market demand. So the market that I'm talking about is, let's say that there is a cruise ship that departs from Busan, then 70% of the local demand should be able to accommodate it by this home port, and the rest 30% would be a flying cruise. So first we have to consider whether the market exists. So do we have the 70% of the market demand? I believe this is the requirement, or this is the condition that is very difficult to meet in Korea. So in the case of cruise, we say that supply drives demand, and that's actually what's happening in the market. And like we saw in China 16 years ago when Global Cruise Line entered this Northeast Asian market, well, we were wondering how we can create port of calls. And at that time, China was keen in developing home ports, and it enjoyed huge support from the government as well. So now, the demand in terms of market demand, it is the top 2 market around the world, and now it has the nationally flagged cruise ship. And China is also capable of building cruise vessels. But in the case of Korea, unfortunately, we're not quite different from what it was like 16 years ago, and currently we're more focused on port of calls capabilities rather than creating a home port. So the importance of a home port is not being stressed enough. In attracting home ports, of course, it is important to attract various businesses and industries. And in order to attract a home port, we need to have the right market that has sufficient demand. So from different perspectives, well, given these conditions, I believe that the port of Busan can be the right candidate to be a home port because of its tourism infrastructure and its accessibility to major cities, including the metropolitan cities of Korea, and also foreign tourists can enjoy the infrastructure in Busan and take the cruise ships, just like what happens in Singapore. So at the national level, in the long run, we should shift our focus from port of calls to the creation of a home port in the long run. So maybe that was, maybe I spent too much time. Thank you.
아마 이제 글로벌 선사 입장에서 뭐가
From the perspective of a global cruise line, what would be the criteria and the potential of a home port? Thank you for the input.
모신 분은
Next up is from Princess Cruise. Princess Cruise and Costa Cruise are a little bit different. Ms. Yoon has described the Costa Cruise as contemporary cruise. Princess Cruise, on the other hand, well, Ms. Kim Yeon-kyung has about 16-year experience in the cruise business. Princess Cruise back in 2013 with Kinetic Cruise. Princess Cruise opened a Korean branch office and she has been with the office. And then recently she has expanded her work to cover the entire Asia. So this is a different cruise shipping company and an outbound cruise company. So could you help us better understand the Korean cruise market? Good afternoon. I am Kim Yeon-kyung from Princess Cruise. Kinet Line, I am in charge of marketing. And Princess Cruise in 1965 began its business. It is an international global company and operates a premium line of cruises. Ms. Yoon earlier mentioned the home port conditions that need to be met, and I would like to focus more on something more grounded and something that we can all sense very keenly. The expression home port. Well, before we mention home port, I think we need to just let go of the grand goals. Why don't we focus more on a better prepared port? For instance, I love all Korean ports. I don't have any preference for one port or another. I just want to present my ideas for total development and overall improvement. So this year, I used my own cruise line, traveling to Japan, and then we returned to Jeju Port. As I entered the port, based on my experience, I want to describe what happened. Jeju Port has the infrastructure for international cruise lines, so international cruise ships do call to Jeju Port. But before that, before being a destination port or a home port, I called to many Japanese ports before reaching Jeju. And when I got off in Gangjeong Port, in order to reach the immigration office, you have to walk through a flat escalator for about a kilometer. So that length, when you walk through that length, is very, very far. So many cruise travelers are healthy, but there are seniors and there are people who cannot really walk that long. So 1.3 kilometers of walking is very exhausting. So when I was walking on that walk, I really thought about a lot of things. It is not just a single structure, but I wish that the terminal would install a large screen to promote Jeju so that the process can be more enjoyable, to look at the history of Jeju, for example, or maybe we can show BTS videos, or we could install some representative Jeju structures so that the passengers would have a better impression of Jeju once they get off the ship. And through the moving sidewalk, I reached the port, and then I met very violent taxis. So to passengers who get off the cruise ships, of course, Jeju is not a very approachable place, and so taking advantage of this lack of accessibility, the drivers were really charging, ripping off really the passengers, charging them excessive prices and really almost threatening the passengers that they couldn't get anywhere without getting on the taxis. And the driver said, you have 5 passengers, so you have to pay 10,000 won more. When 2,000 passengers get off the cruise ship and they meet the Korea for the first time, that's the first impression they're getting. And there can be a lack of auxiliary facilities as well. Although Jeju has a beautiful port terminal, there was nothing in sight to provide an information of what people can do in Jeju. There was a very small information desk, and there was just one staff at the desk. But if I recall the ports in Japan, there were many staff members promoting Japan and selling souvenirs and guiding the tourists. So that was a big contrast. As cruisers visit a number of different ports in a series, this comparison comes very directly. And it is not just confined to Jeju. I'm just taking Jeju as an example based on my experience. It's the same situation for all other ports. When cruises berth, there is always a welcome event for the passengers. When passengers enter Jeju for the first time, they feel how welcoming it is, and they need to be motivated to want to find out more about Jeju. And because the berth is too high, when the cruise calls to port, it can be very tricky because it takes more 30 minutes or an hour's delay for the ship to berth. So it takes a long time for the passengers to get off the ship, and that means less time for them to tour the city. And it takes a very long process to get out of the port. And so passengers really, along the way, lose that desire to find out more about Jeju. And they're too exhausted by the time they get out of the port. They're not willing to do anything else. For instance, the closest port in Japan, such as in Nagasaki, Kobe, or Osaka, in these ports, once the ship berths, there are many different infrastructures in place. So from the port, it takes a very short time to get to the city. The passengers can get out of the port in no time and reach the city. And in the case of Osaka, there's the Universal Studios, which is very nearby the port. And our company allows for the ships to call to port until late into the night. And so there's ample time for the tourists to enjoy the theme park and return to the ship. And for the port in Kobe, I know there are many people who take air travel, but they do go to Mosaic malls, for instance, and the mall is located at Optimal Place. It's a short cab ride away. You can go to the mall and enjoy everything. And the tourist destinations are very accessible. So I think this is a very good benchmark for Korean ports because, relatively speaking, when cruise passengers get off onto Korean ports, the way they have to use to reach the city is quite limited, and it takes a long time. And because of lack of information, they don't know what to use and what to see in Korea. So for a port to really establish itself as a home port and to play its role as a destination, then the passengers need to want to come. It should be attractive enough for global cruise shipping companies to Busan, Jeju, Incheon, and more ports would want to call to those ports. So this is where we need to be more realistic and think about where we need to do better and focus on those areas. As a global international shipping company, the importance of port facilities is captured very quickly by our company and monitored constantly. So the ports in Korea, their level compared to other global ports and their location, the level of reception of passengers, these are areas we need to work more on. And this year's WOF topic is blue technomy. And in terms of technology, cruise is a very relevant industry because in 2024 and 2025, for the first time as a cruise shipping company, we will be bringing on board Princess cruise ship that uses LNG for the first time in the world. This means that in all areas, of course, being greener is an imminent task. And in traveling, we need to lead the way for eco-friendly tourism. One of the destinations is Alaska. To take an example, because Alaska is the place you go for the grand nature. Because of pollution, the glaciers are melting very quickly and disappearing. And when you want to travel Alaska, the means of transport needs to be considerate for the destination of Alaska. And that's why shipping companies are taking this into account and doing its research. The speed of the ship has to be very low for Alaska because of the marine organisms, to protect the marine organisms from the ship. And so by combining leading technology inside and on the ship for cruise ships, we do need to make sure that when large ships want to call to Korean ports, we need to make sure that the ports are very popular and that people compete to come. And the insight from experts, I think, should be heeded to, and we need to work little by little to make things better. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Kim works for a global cruise company, and whether home port or destination port, the first facility you see when you get off the ship is the terminal. So the level of services at the terminal is very important, as we heard, and she took some real examples. And in connection to the blue technomy, she also mentioned the technologies of cruises as well. Thank you.
I briefly mentioned the terminal and representing this terminal technology from online. We have this person joining us from online. We have the CEO, Valery Nagorny of Vladivostok Sea Terminal, and he's joining us online. You can see him, right? Good afternoon, CEO Valery Nagorny. Welcome, and quick introduction. So let me quickly introduce you to the audience. Well, he has more than 18 years of experience serving as the head of strategy planning department at Vladivostok Commercial Port, and he is the CEO of Vladivostok Sea Terminal LLC. And he also served as the CEO of Property and Facility Management Company of the port. I understand that he has great understanding of the Korean market, and the floor is yours for the next 5 or 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you hear me well? Do you hear me well?
Yes, we do.
Sorry. Please advise, do you hear me well?
Yes, we hear you well. We hear you. So you can start your remarks.
Good afternoon for all interested colleagues and particularly to Miss Anna, who is our good friend, long-term friend. I have some remarks about how important strategy for Korean ports, and also considering our plans as a main Russian Pacific cruise ports. So first of all, I want to mention that big work was done regarding construction and developing of Korea cruise terminals. So it's very important thing. And also a lot of work was done by Korean market industry players like Lotte Tour Development and also Costa Korea office to encourage Korean source market. And this is also a very important point. So we fully support such policy. I mean, to transfer from transit cruise ports to home porting operations. And I'd like to mention that we, together with our colleagues from Sokcho port, have got a very interesting case of success when from 2016 till 2019 there were a lot of cruises home porting in Sokcho port and calling to Vladivostok, and those business was very profitable, we know, for Korean cruise operators. But now the only problem that there is no cruise ship which is operated by Korean or Russian operators that can be used to relaunch cruises between Korea and Vladivostok before pandemic, because international cruise lines cannot link us for a while, but demand, potential demand is quite huge, and because of geographical, historical, economical ties between Korea and Russia, and we see this potential considering the ferry line between Donghae port and the Vladivostok port, and the occupancy of the ferry is quite well. So we just have a ferry day today, about more than 400 passengers embarked on the ferry, and now they're sailing to Donghae port. So that is why I know, and we have negotiations with some of market players, and they want to have cruise ships chartered or purchased to meet this demand for cruises between Korea and Russia. And this will be for sure mutually interesting, because guests from both markets can be sourced, I mean both from Korean and Russian market. So both ports in Korea and Vladivostok will be developed as home ports. So once again, the only problem is capacity and the appropriate ship. Now we had some negotiations with Russian federal travel agencies, and they advised us that they can provide passengers not only from far eastern regions of Russia, but also from western part of Russia to be embarked on the ship here in Vladivostok and for sailing to Korea and neighboring countries. So this is about Korea-Russian perspective. Regarding for China-Russia itineraries, we also had successful experience before 2020, before pandemic, we had 2 calls of Royal Caribbean with almost 5,000 passengers on each ship. So now, considering that China now has got their own cruise fleet, we suggested to new Chinese cruise companies to launch itineraries between Chinese ports and Vladivostok, not only as cruise destination, but also for partial turnaround, targeting Russian source market. This is maybe how to say things from market perspective. Technically, I want to mention that during previous years, there was construction of electricity facilities along our berths. Now we have electricity facilities to provide shore power for cruise ships as well. So I know that maybe 1 megawatt of electricity power we can provide. So if some of cruise lines will need shore power facility, I want to mention that now we have such option as well. So maybe this is my all remarks for this time. Thank you for attention.
네, 좋은 말씀 너무 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the great remarks. Well, between Korea and Russia, the potential of a home port and market potential that was mentioned, and also the cruise vessels and nationally flagged ships and the success case, including Chinese, and how Russian and Chinese markets can grow, and what would be the issue. Well, thank you for the remarks.
제가 다음으로는 이제
And up next, I would like to turn to the academia from Pukyong National University. From the Department of Tourism Management, we have Professor Yang Wee-ju, who also leads the Global Tourism Institute at PKNU. He is also a policy advisor to the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. And in 2021, when the Master Plan for Cruise Comprehensive Development was set out, he also was a part of that. And he has a high level of understanding of the coastal and marine tourism. Hello, I am Yang Wee-ju from PKNU, as introduced. The second presenter from China was a researcher named Ji Jiahui. I do read and understand Chinese, so I was following her presentation, and she used a POP4. I got a POP4 application, and I was able to translate the PowerPoint immediately, the Papago app, and I was very surprised with the Papago's ability to translate immediately. So I think that international conference will be more and more determined by what is discussed rather than who comes. So we heard from 2 presentations and 3 panels. From policy perspective, I want to share a few thoughts because number one, as the moderator has mentioned, in 2021, the Busan Cruise Industry Comprehensive Development Plan was set up, and I was able to take stock of the challenges and the current state of cruise tourism in Korea. So I want to share my thoughts on that. As you are well aware, in Korea, ports with experience of receiving international cruise ships, those with dedicated international cruise piers, there are only 5: Busan, Jeju, Incheon, Yeosu, and Sokcho. And this year's Hosan is setting up plans to develop itself as a home port for international cruise ships. And these 6 municipalities have proposed policies to become a home port rather than a destination port. And if you look at those reports, the strategies are quite similar. These are local governments and cruise forums. I've read through the main documents and found that there are 2 main issues. Number 1, what is discussed at these forums are about marketing and then also about building infrastructure. And with regard to marketing, most is about the cruise ships, international events, travel agencies, buyers, how to attract them, and to give a seminar. And networking with various international cruise companies, how to attract cruise tourists, and tourism in the destination ports. And for infrastructure, this involves home port infrastructure, development, international shipping company, ship company establishment. So this is really much geared towards hardware, whereas marketing is more about software. And what we need to focus on here in relation to marketing is that the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and the regional tourism organization office takes the lead, but for infrastructure, the leader of infrastructure is the port authorities or the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. So the problem is in attracting cruise international tourists. If the target is to be home port, the lead is MOF, and if the target is to attract tourists, then the lead is Ministry of Sports, Tourism, and Culture. So among different ministries, the coordination and governance needs to be done better. So I think that going forward, we need a strategic approach. Last year, at the 16th WOF, the Oceans and Leisure director from the MOF said that in 2023, the 5-year cruise development plan will be set up, and this January, the cruise industry development basic plan was announced. This 5-year statutory plan has a vision of easily accessible and enjoyable daily cruise. There are 3 main targets. 300 attraction of 300 cruise ships, 100,000 domestic tourists, international or national national shipping companies, establishing a national shipping company in Korea. In relation to being a home port, nothing is mentioned in this master plan. So as we discuss strategies of a home port today, well, this really does not have anything in the national strategy, so I'm not sure what the point is. But if you look at China, there are many strategies to develop home ports. One such strategy is that to set up such strategies, cruises and the national level of development is analyzed. China divides the growth phase into 3 steps: early stage, fast growth stage, and mature stage. So you need to specify and break down the growth phases. And to back up those stages, you need statistic evidence. And I think this approach is very systematic and impressive. So in relation to a home port, we do need to set up a national strategy quickly. And if we may look to China, I think there are 2 things to learn. First, We need full research for the level of development for the cruise industry that fits the Korean situation. And number two, we want to develop the cruise industry, but we need to take a look and analyze the cruise ecosystem in Korea. And as an industry, what is the level of competitiveness and what is the relevance of cruise industry with other industries? So we need to analyze this type of things in a scientific manner. And also, to build this ecosystem, we need to first have a very clear set of value chain in the cruise industry. So these three things need to be presented in the national strategy. Without the national strategy, MOLIT, or Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, the biggest challenge of MOLIT is, of course, we all think that number one port in Korea is Incheon. And Busan is going to build a new airport in Kadokdo to win the bid to host the World Expo. So these are the two main ports, but the ministry, I think, thinks otherwise. International port would be number one, and all the other airports are highly likely to be perceived as a regional airport by the ministry. I mention this because in a national home port strategy, prioritization is absolutely important. In provincial areas, there are so many international airports in Korea, but they fail to attract users. And they are recording huge deficits and taking a blow to the local government finances. So the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, I think, need to hurry up and release a national home port strategy. And for the home ports that these 6 ports are aiming for, we need a very clear strategic priority to be set forth to focus the development effort. And next, in relation to international cruise, in the tourism area, there are 2 major issues arising. Number one, sustainability and over-tourism. Number two, regarding carbon neutrality, the eco-friendly measures. And there's nothing about these matters when it comes to the cruise industry. So at the 17th World Oceans Forum, these topics are not addressed, but I hope that starting next year, we could discuss something like this at the policy level, and I hope to see more presentations. And today, as the moderator has mentioned, at the World Ocean Forum, this is the 3rd cruise session that we're having. And I think we have stuck to the overview so far, but starting next year, I hope to dive into greater detail of cruises. The key word for this year's WOF is Pit Blue Technomy. And reading through the material, the most often used word is green, smart, and technology. And I'm sure that these key words can be combined to the cruise industry, and this is one of the topics that I hope to discuss in greater detail starting from next year, so that the session participants can have a more richer session. It was an honor to be a part of this forum. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. So I think you made 3 main points. So number one, home port national policy must be in place. This year's the second the port development plan lacks anything about home ports. So the government policy needs to reflect home port strategies. Number two, again, very important, in the global cruise issues, The environment and sustainability are very important issues nowadays, and we need to reflect that into cruise industry development. So sustainability. And a natural segue would be the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. We do have a director here.
From the Leisure Tourism Division of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, we have Mr. Kwon. And he became the chief of this division back in 2022, so I believe that you have a great understanding of cruise. Good afternoon, my name is Kwon Yoon-gyu, head of the Tourism Division of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. I took office back in December 2022, so maybe it was not, my expertise is not sufficient to talk about this issue. But anyway, listening to presentations and the comments from the previous panelists and presenters, well, it was a great opportunity to learn and think about what we should be pursuing going forward. Thinking back on what happened in 2014 and 15, that was when cruise was expanded. At that time, we had cruise-related legislations and the Comprehensive Plan Act. And also, we saw the expansion of the infrastructure for cruise. And the Ministry of Culture and Sports was interested in this as well. And according to data, well, for instance, per capita spend was about 1 million won. So we believed that this can lead to more investment. But after that, we had this the outbreak of the pandemic. So timing-wise, we believe that we was not in the best position to make the investment. But thankfully, now we see the resumption of cruise journeys starting from March. And I believe that we have this great opportunity to expand our cruise industry once again. And when it comes to the budget, and with the resumption of cruise services, well, there are many players that are interested and paying attention to this business. But when it comes to the necessity having investment, well, this might need more reviews because we have to consider over-tourism and etc. So we started to analyze this issue, and on the basis of the results, we will plan and execute our budgets accordingly. So regarding that, we have people representing the industry and academia. I would like to look forward to your cooperation. And regarding the infrastructure, well, we saw the expansion of the infrastructure start in the beginning of the 2010. So it doesn't really mean that we have the up-to-date infrastructure. And we got some great insight from the team lead of Princess Cruise, for instance. So regarding this, we will talk with the Port Authority so that we can come up with ways to make it more attractive to our tourists. And also regarding the support of the relevant ministry, which is the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. But regarding the necessity and the effects, once we have all this data and study all this related data, we believe that we will have firmer ground. And also we have to consider demand. 70% of demand has to be consumed by the local passengers, and the rest, the remaining 30%, should be accommodated by foreign travelers. That's why we have all these promotional activities. With the resumption of cruise services, well, these were well received by the media as well. So, apart from the 2 cruise itineraries starting from Sokcho, there were these other tourist products that were quite popular. And one of my friends wanted to join this itinerary, but he couldn't get the ticket because it was sold out. So I believe that on the basis of this analysis, we can talk about more concrete investment plans. And also about collaboration. We looked at the case of China, and we also heard remarks from Russia. So through ACC and ENG, we continue to have these discussions. And back in July, we had Jeju International Cruise Forum, and we are continuing our talks with cruise players because in order to promote this industry, we will need international collaboration with foreign ports and foreign cruise lines. So one of my colleagues is in Hong Kong at the moment to collaborate as well. So we will be working together to have this international partnership. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you. I understand that the government is putting lots of thoughts into this business, and the government is paying attention to this situation with the resumption of the cruise business back in March. And I understand that we still have issues at hand. Professor Shim already mentioned how governance matters. And also Mr. Kwon mentioned the role of the government and the role of the Port Authority. So it was all meaningful messages from all the presenters and panelists. Well, I don't think we have sufficient time, even though I understand that we have so much to talk about. So is there anything that you need to add? Or maybe we can open the stage to take questions from the floor. So maybe we have a quick time for Q&A. Do we have any questions from the floor?
Yes, please. And please state your name and affiliation. Hello. I am Park In-sun, CEO of Prince Star Line. I'd like to thank Professor Shim. You presented conditions to become a home port, but perhaps I didn't understand why should ports be a home port. I didn't really understand that part. And as Ms. Yoon has mentioned from Costa, there are 1 or 2 home ports fully functioning in Korea. But once a port becomes a home port, what are the economic benefits? Because that's not very clear. In the case of chartered cruises, the benefit I think is quite limited. There can be some immigration procedures at the terminal. Well, maybe that could lead to some profit, but I don't think destination ports. I think that destination ports can even bring bigger profit through restaurants and some other benefits through the tourism industry. But there is no flying-in cruise in Korea, and nobody even goes to the duty-free market. So I don't think being a home port is really practically profitable. So I think that's a limit of a chartered cruise. Perhaps all the crew could deboard and get on board the ships, and their consumption could help the hinterlands. But I think this is an area that we need to focus on. And then you also said the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries and the Ministry of Culture and Sports and Tourism, their budget is quite different, 1.2 trillion won to 100 million won. And Professor Yang from PKNU, you said that the home port is an area of MOF and the tourism is an area of MOCT. So I think that the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism should take the lead overall by coordinating this. I think that the Tourism Act, the cruise development plan could be in line. So the bottleneck to international cruise ships is running casinos. And perhaps we can find the solution to this. Rather than leaving everything up to the MOF, I think the work should be placed with the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. And Ms. Yoon from Costa Cruise. Even if the charter cruise is in place, most of the passengers are Koreans. About 2,700 to 800 are Koreans. In the case of Costa Serena, then do you think there's a need to shift the focus of the program to more Korea-oriented, the food, the programs, and everything, and even the newspapers that are provided on the ship is not Korean newspapers? For instance, rather than just providing too much services for foreign passengers, why don't you focus more on Korean passengers? Rather than giving English performances, you can perhaps hire Korean performers or singers, Korean singers. It might be more enjoyable for the Korean passengers. Thank you.
네, 질문 감사합니다. 제가 조금 다 들었는데.
Thank you. I think you had two comments for Professor Shin and Ms. Yoon. To Professor Shin, I think you were saying that national ships can be more economically beneficial than chartered ships. Is that correct? Yes. And Professor Shin, your comments to that question?
Yeah.
Thank you for the good question. It's not just about cruise, but for other industries as well. Well, we have this development stages. Up until now, the government has made investments to create a cruise port. So it's just like a parking lot that we have. And we're saying that you can come in because we have this parking lot. And at the point, we're thinking of how to run this parking lot. So at the national level, yes, we do have a parking lot that is created with the support of the government money. And when it comes to how to utilize it, we do not have a plan. That's why we have a discussion like this one to talk about the importance of a home port. So why is a home port important? Well, if it becomes a cruise port, well, we did have cruise-related industry, but during the pandemic, everything was destroyed. But in the case of Taiwan and Singapore or Japan or China, they have national vessels, national ships. So on the basis of these vessels, even though they were not active, they did carry on their business. So we can't really guarantee that there is no other pandemic. And does that mean that we should let ourselves keep failing every time? Once we are equipped with our national vessels, then we can have the ecosystem. And regarding how to utilize this parking lot that we have, the best way is to run the national vessels. And who will be operating the vessels? We have Hyundai. And every month, Hyundai spent 7 billion a month, and it lost 80 billion. And it was a big failure for these big conglomerates in Korea. So whether it be a big company or a small company, if anyone is interested, we would welcome their interest. And if we do not have such interest, then we can start with something small, like a ferry boat. So if it can be a ferry boat with a national flag, then we can provide support so that it can take root and so that we can expand the industry. And the reason why we emphasize the need to have this home port, well, in order to have national vessels, we need to have a market. First, we have to have a home port so that we can drive demand, because supply can drive demand. So in the case of China, we already saw such a case, how a small river cruise was expanded to hundreds or thousands of vessels, and it is planning to attract as many as 30,000 travelers. Then that brings about the necessity to have a cruise ship. So when it comes to the LNG vessel, 70 or 80% of this is monopolized. But when it comes to cruise ships, well, there are not many cruise ships around the world. So let's say that we have a home port with cruise vessels, and with demand increasing as a result, that will actually create a market. So China saw this as a strategic industry. Building a cruise industry and building a cruise ship is a high-tech industry that can be more high-tech than building an aircraft. Well, the Z aircraft that was created with more than 160 seats, and considering Boeing and Airbus, a few players in the air industry, and now we're turning our eyes to the cruise industry, and all the starting point will be the very existence of a home port. Thank you. Thank you.
두 번째 질문이 이제 코스타 크루즈의 아마 전세.
So the second question was about the chartered cruise lines run by Costa Cruise, most of the passengers being Korean. Thank you for your comment. The basic concept is Italy at sea for our cruise ships. So we want to be the Italy on sea and provide an opportunity for the passengers to enjoy the Italian culture on our ships. And when we leave Korea, the biggest strong point is Italy you meet in the seas of Busan. So the domestic passengers on board could enjoy the Italian culture. To help provide language support, we have hired many Korean crew members who are on board. We do have some Korean contents, but by offering Italian contents, we want to have our passengers enjoy the Italian culture. So that's a very idea of our cruise programs. And we run charter cruises because the time period is very short. But for truly Korean cruise ships to operate, we need a more prolonged operation period. And when more cruise ships leave Korea, because the charter period is very short, it is not easy to attract fly-in cruises. But in the case of Taiwan, from April to September, if we can continue to attract a series of cruises on a time lease type of charters, then I think fly-in cruises can fully be attracted to Korean ports. And as Professor Shim said, if we have a national cruise ships, not only Italy on sea, but Korea on sea program could be available to operate in Europe. Thank you. Thank you. I hope that was sufficient as an answer. Any other comments, questions? Yes. This will be the last question and comment from the floor.
Good afternoon. I'm with KMI. My name is Hwang. Thank you very much for the presentation. Well, some of the points really resonated with me, and I love the discussion that we had. Still, well, it's not that I'm not satisfied with the presentations or discussions, but, well, I feel really unfortunate about the current status of the Korean cruise industry. The topic of today's session is a home port and how we can create a home port. I believe that this was already mentioned. Home port is where the cruise ships embark and start their journey, and we can either build our own vessels or we can charter vessels. And we did have the experience of chartered vessels, and we do not have any national vessels at the moment. And when we do the comparison of cruise industry with Taiwan, with similar size of population and economy, we believe that we are lagging behind in terms of this cruise industry. So about whether we should have these national vessels, I hope that we can advance this discussion regarding how to build national vessels so that we can be more competitive. So what would be your input about building our national vessels? And I don't know if I'm in the right position to raise this up, but at Costa, this cruise industry, well, there was this suggestion that the cruise industry now can be led by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism because it has good enough budget. So, well, when we had a legislation regarding the cruise industry back in 2017, the Ministry of Fisheries and the Ministry of Culture were involved, and the overall responsibility fell on the Ministry of Fisheries because cruise industry is something that happens in the sea, and we need the infrastructure like the port. And once something takes its foot on land, then it is subject to the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, for instance. And what we want to create is, well, to create an environment where people can get on and get off the boat conveniently. So regarding the second, I believe that there's more thing that the Ministry of Fisheries can do. So thank you. That was both comment/question. So Professor Shim, any thoughts? Well, I didn't quite catch the name from Pesta, but anyway, that is a great idea because, well, it should be handled by someone who has money. Well, it kind of echoes the sound echo, so I didn't quite get it very clearly, but just like Dr. Huang mentioned, we do need the infrastructure that is related to the Ministry of Fisheries. But I believe that there is a way, instead of just passing the buck, well, the Ministry of Fisheries for leisure, well, the budget is for this year is about 130 billion won for this year. So some of the budget can be taken and be shifted for cruise, and maybe you can do that. But if that fails to happen, then maybe we can go to the National Assembly, have a protest, or maybe have some lobbying activities. So that's why I showed you all the numbers regarding the budget, and we're not saying that the fisheries ministers can deal with this everything. Well, I'm grateful that the person from this fisheries ministry is staying with us throughout the session. So whoever it is, anyone who shows interest in this business should be welcomed by us because they will help us to start this business, and we should be ready to provide support for them. Like I said, we already created this parking lot, but we don't want others to park their cars in our parking garage. So if you think about the case of China, well, all the way to building their own vessels, well, I wish we could have more time, but anyway, I hope that answers your question. But would you like to add a few comments? Yes. Well, we talked about 1 trillion versus 800 million. And this 1 trillion or 1.5 trillion it's not really fully for oceans. And for the fisheries ministries, these are majorly for the infrastructure projects. And this 1.5 trillion regarding the investment in cruise terminals, I don't think the cultural ministry is capable of doing that because they are not supposed to be engaged in the infrastructure-related projects. And port sales, establishment of infrastructure, support for shipping lines, these are what we do. And what the cultural ministry does is, once passengers get off the ships, they're responsible for that process. And after the pandemic, the CIQ was strengthened a lot. So we did have a lot of struggles in order to ease the CIQ. And of course, we got the support from the Justice Ministry and the Korean CDC and other related agencies. Thank you very much. Well, thank you for actively sharing with us your input. Well, with this theme, the home port, I expected that this topic of national vessels would come up. And of course, we have to talk about the infrastructure and the governance. I believe that we can grow out of these discussions. And I hope that we can continue to have such discussions in an in-depth manner. So with that, I'd like to thank you for staying with us throughout the session. Thank you very much. And also, I'd like to appreciate Valerie's presence as well. Thank you.
네, 참석자 여러분.
Please stay on the stage so that we can take a group photo. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 이것은
Thank you. This concludes the cruise session. Thank you very much for staying with us.